so we should be on the quote-unquote new stream. Or we will be in just a second. And we are. So my apologies for that discrepancy. We'll not do that again. But now closed captions will be working. Everything that's supposed to be working will be working. So my apologies for that. That was a little bit of a technical snafu, thanks to the Facebook. But now closed captions will work. So that's good. Boy, a lot of folks seem surprised. Even my moderators were like, oh, the stream died. Folks, we talked about this. Might have a circulation developing just southwest of Circleville, northwest of Taylor. So, we are here, we are good. I just need to embed the updated YouTube live stream into the website, and we'll be absolutely A-OK. You know, YouTube, it'd be nice if you gave me the ability to do that easily. But again, we're here because we have a circulation, a tornado warning for far northern portions of Milam, southeastern Falls, and far northwestern portions of Robertson County until 11:45 a.m. I'm not sure they're going to extend this warning right now. The good news is this storm looks pretty lackluster in the low-level organization department. Boy, YouTube is not making this easy. But we are starting to watch a storm. Okay, mods. We all need to listen to me and stop trying to do everything independently. Y'all can hear me. We got 3,000 people watching, so y'all can hear me. Apparently, the only ones who can't hear me are the moderators. So, life happens. They'll figure it out eventually. Technology hates all, at times, myself included. So, all right. So, we're watching this storm that is just northwest of Taylor. Notice that little hook we're starting to see just northwest of Taylor. Could have some wind with that. I'm also seeing a little bit of a circulation there. And that's what I'm looking at. It's weak. We're really close to the radar, but it might be a little bit of a circulation developing north of Taylor. That's going to be moving northeast, just south of Circleville, and then that would be eventually moving into parts of Milam County. So we'll keep an eye on it. Again, we're going to have probably a lot of circulations today. Not all of them are going to produce tornadoes. I mean, it'd be great if none of them produced tornadoes, but we do have a tornado watch in effect until 4 p.m. for southeast Texas. The Brazos Valley. And more. All right, we'll get rid of that. We'll load that. I'll get the blog page updated, and we will have that good to go. And that should be updated now on the website. So if we're all done playing, pressing buttons and stuff, we can continue on. Looks like y'all on the Facebook, the YouTubes are good to go. My apologies for that. So as I promised you a few minutes ago, by 15, we are going to take a look at the entire state. So that is exactly what we're going to do. So here's a look at the state of Texas right now. We've got rain in the panhandle, nothing severe right now with that. We have a line of thunderstorms moving across North Texas, Central Texas, Northeast Texas, down into the Brazos Valley. You can see main line, Austin, Round Rock, Georgetown, Jarrell, Salado, Belton, Temple, Waco, West, Hillsboro, up I-35E, through the DFW Metroplex into Texoma. All those blue boxes are flash flood warnings capable of, well, flash flooding, street flooding, high water on roads, quick rises on creeks and streams. all that unpleasantness that can just make your travels a nightmare. We have a couple severe storm warnings up here as well. We've got a severe storm near Mount Pleasant. That could have some quarter-size hail. We've got a severe storm up in eastern Collin County. That storm could have some hail with it as well. It produced ping-pong ball-size hail from Garland up to Sachse a little earlier. Those storms are moving off to the northeast. You can see that big old line of storms quickly coming in from the west. And that's moving more to the east more quickly. Take a look. You can see it's moving through the Metroplex pretty quick. It's about to quit raining here in western DFW. We got storms down through Waco, central Texas. Those are moving more slowly off to the east at about 20 to 35 miles an hour. We have activity down into the Brazos Valley in the hill country. That activity is generally moving off to the northeast as well. So, as you can see, San Antonio, you're not out of the woods yet. You've still got storms to your west. Technically, same thing goes west of Austin. Fredericksburg, so y'all in Austin, San Antonio might get more storms later, and some of those may be severe. We'll have to watch that storm north of Crystal City as it's trying to make a beeline up towards the San Antonio area. So, we've shown you what's happening right now. Let me go ahead and we're going to pop on the super duper awesome blossom high resolution rapid refresh model. And we'll take a look at what we expect for the remainder of today. And then y'all in the chat rooms are going to get to help us out because everyone and their mama is going to join 5 seconds after I show this forecast and ask, what about me? What about you? What about the fifth blade of grass in my backyard? And that is where you can help us out by answering their questions nicely. And, if they're talking about somewhere you can be like, oh, yeah, you're going to have storm chances from blah, blah, blah to blah, 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 and then you're going to be fine. Because we can only do this maybe once every 20, 30 minutes. And once we have, multiple tornado warnings, forget about it. We're going to be spending our entire day and time focusing on that. So let me load this. I'm going to load it from 1 p.m. through tomorrow morning. We're going to let this load real quick. And then I'll show you, but this is what the model thinks the radar is going to look like at 1 p.m. Central Time. You can see it's got a plethora of storms, a lot of storms. We'll see if it's necessarily right about that, but in southeast Texas, but here's what this model shows. You can see activity is going to be moving east pretty quickly today. You can see we're going to have a whole plethora, a whole lot of nightmare headaches with severe storms. East Texas, southeast Texas, the Brazos Valley, Toledo Bend Reservoir, down to the Golden Triangle. But we're probably also going to be mostly done by 6 to 7 p.m. We're going to have some storms continue on in the coastal plain, southeast Texas, the upper Texas Gulf Coast as part of a squall line this evening. But the highest severe weather threat will be now through probably 5 to 6 p.m. And storms will end from west to east. Now, an exception to that, we've got some storm chances this afternoon in West Texas. This afternoon and evening. Some of those storms could produce severe weather. Maybe a brief tornado. We'll have to watch. And then tonight, we're going to have storm chances likely continue. You can see this model brings a nasty little complex of storms in from Mexico into the Rio Grande Plains tomorrow morning. And that could be an issue for South Texas tomorrow morning, with large hail, damaging winds, maybe spin-up tornadoes, and flash flooding. But for most of us, the Brazos Valley, southeast Texas, all that is going to be chillaxing by a bit after dinner time, hopefully. So, that is what the expectation is. A tornado watch is in effect through, well, here, let's do this. Instead of me just yippity-yappity and booing about it, let me just show you. Do that, I'll press some buttons. We'll zoom back out to the entire state. we'll show you the current severe weather watches. Now, we got colors galore. Blue boxes of doom. Severe thunderstorm watch for North Texas and Northeast Texas through 4 p.m. That is for the potential of the most intense storms to produce maybe some hail up to the size of golf balls, and localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. Tornado threat is very, very low up in the rain-cooled air mass up here in North Texas and Northeast Texas. The same is not true down here in Central Texas, the Brazos Valley, Southeast Texas. Tornado watch through 4 p.m. for the potential of the strongest storms to produce baseball-size hail, damaging straight-line winds, and the potential for a few tornadoes. That includes the Houston Metro. We'll likely see that tornado watch extended east to Louisiana in a few hours. So y'all out east are going to get a tornado watch as well. We've got flash flooding potential as well. All right, so let's take a look again at the current radar. And this is what things are looking like. Now, the good news is I do not expect a new tornado warning to be issued for this cell east of Rosebud. Rosebud, you're clear from the tornado warning, but you're going to have more storms coming in from the west. So you're not done, but for now, you're done with the tornado warning. High Bank, Hammond, Reagan, you're technically in a tornado warning for about another 3 minutes, but I do not believe we're going to see that extended downstream. I believe this is more of a hail wind threat now for the moment. So those of you from Bremen to Easterly Ridge, Franklin, Marquez, Thornton, down to Koss, K-O-S-S-E, because I said it wrong, I'm sure. Severe thunderstorm warning for maybe some quarter-size hail, damaging winds, and heavy rainfall. You know, I really wouldn't be shocked if there's a spin-up tornado like a mile east of the Granger radar right now. That's an interesting look. And then you can see we've got plenty of storms. North Texas into Central Texas, the Brazos Valley. As you saw by that high-res rapid refresh model look, we are expecting things to remain active through the day. Lunchtime hour, the afternoon hours, all that. So we will have more tornado warnings. If we can get through the day without more tornado warnings, I'll genuinely be very impressed. It's looking like it's going to be a pretty active day, so we're going to have to watch it carefully. And we will, because that's why we're here. But again, the tornado warning has been allowed to expire. You're going to see that red box is going to go bye-bye shortly. So that tornado warning will be gone here in just a few minutes. Let's take a look at some of these storms up in Northeast Texas. And let's take a look at the storm up here near Mount Pleasant. This storm, the potential for maybe some golf ball size hail now as this moves north at about 30 miles an hour. Just moved through Mount Pleasant. It's going to be moving up towards Highway 82 from Clarksville, Annona, Avery, and DeKalb. The potential for golf ball size hail and maybe some strong wind gusts over 60 miles per hour. A lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. So that storm near Mount Pleasant could have some golf ball size hail. That's moving up towards Highway 82 in Red River County. Detroit, Bagwell, Clarksville, Annona, English, Avery, DeKalb, Lydia, Wilkinson, Argo, Talco, Johntown, Bogota. The potential for some hail over the next 30 minutes. I'll mute myself. There you go with that. Let's take a look at DFW. And again, since we have no tornado warnings, we're able to take a bit of a more casual peek at what's going on. You can see we've got storms in Denison, Sherman. I guess I can put a loop on this to make it a little easier. Denison, Sherman, all the way down through Van Alstyne, Leonard, Celeste. Oh, excuse me. McKinney, Greenville. We just got heavy rain and storms. Heavy rain exiting Dallas now to the east. We still got some light to moderate rain that'll go for at least another 30 minutes. We got some heavier storms near Gun Barrel City down to Corsicana. All this activity is moving east or east-northeast at about 30 miles per hour. Flash flooding. you bet your behind we're going to be dealing with it. That's what all these blue boxes are. Flash flood warnings for Denton, Collin, Parker, Tarrant, Dallas, Rockwall, Ellis, Johnson, Navarro counties. Yes, I know all those county names off the top of my head. Yes, I've been doing this too long. And yes, caffeine is on my list of things to drink here in a moment. Down to Central Texas, you can see tornado warning has gone audio. So as well, I'll be saying bye-bye like my hairline. And those storms are now capable of producing maybe some very heavy rain with a flooding threat. Large hail, maybe some quarter-size hail, strong wind gust over 60 miles an hour. We're going to have to keep an eye on them. We're going to have to keep an eye on any new storms developing out here as well. So far, guess what, Houston? You are quiet. That is not likely to be the case in a few hours as we see a pretty nasty line of storms come rolling in from the west. Potential with the strongest of those storms to produce very large hail, damaging winds, and the possibility of a few tornadoes will exist. But nothing imminent. In the next 2 hours, I'd say you're okay unless something drastically changes here and we end up having some sort of an issue arise, which I hope we don't. We don't need that. We definitely don't need that, but it's something we'll be watching for just in case, because that's what we do here at Interrupting Weather Time. So we're going to definitely be keeping a close eye on all this activity. Hey, CW, thank you kindly for that super chat. Really appreciate it. And that was very generous of you. Thank you kindly. All right. Oh yeah, if y'all haven't already seen, we also have some merch available. If you're so inclined and want to help support us that way, you can get some awesome Texas Storm Chasers merch. You can check it out, texasstormchasers.store. In a web browser, or, well, on the video you may be able to actually see it. But again, we got stickers, we got shirts, we got sweatshirts. About a week we'll have hats. I said I was going to do merch this weekend. It's Tuesday. Whoops. I blame my girlfriend. So, who happens to also be in this chat as a moderator, I believe. So, uh-oh. Now all the mods are going to gang up on me and defend her honor. So, again, thank you so much, CW, for that generous super chat. We appreciate it. We have no no tornado warnings. We have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. So, Austin, San Antonio, you're not done yet. We've got some new storms developing west of Highway 281. We've got some storms west of Johnson City, west of Blanco. Those are showing some indications of producing winds over 40 to 50, maybe 60 miles an hour. Some quarter-sized hail as well. The potential exists for these storms to intensify west of Hondo. And then Batesville, you've got a pretty nasty hailer on Highway 57 right now near Batesville. That's moving east-northeast at 40 miles an hour towards Freetown, east of Batesville. That eventually is probably going to try to ride up I-35 to Divine, Little, Somerset, and into southern Byer County in the next 2 hours. Michael, thank you so much for that very generous super chat. We appreciate it. Thank you kindly. The Liquid Attention Span Fund and the Baldy Caffeine Fund. Amen. Baldy Caffeine Fund, thanks you very kindly. Ryan Smith, thank you kindly for that super chat as well. We appreciate it. So that's what we have going on right now. And again, we're going to have to watch all these little cells trying to pop up out here. We've got this little confluence band from Nixon down to Karnes City trying to fire up some little stormies now. And these little stormies could grow up into big, bad, very mad stormies over the next couple of hours as they begin to mature into supercells and moves northeast. So again, Austin, San Antonio, you're going to have more storms. Ryan Gray, thank you for that Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Hope you appreciate your shirt. And Austin, you got storms now. You're going to have another round of storms in about an hour. Here, I'll put this on loop. Make sure I'm not missing anything in my chats. Sharon Wyckoff, thank you very much for your Texas Storm Chasers store order. Appreciate that. Hope you enjoy your shirt and bumper sticker. Are you going to play radar? So yeah, you can see these storms developing pretty quick now, southwest of Gonzales. Those eventually are probably going to be a part of the cluster that moves towards southeast Texas. We're going to have to deal with that. And then this activity, in College Station, you're going to have storms later. But the good news is, again, we have no tornado warnings right now. We have a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings, and these storms are capable of producing large hail, damaging winds, and heavy rainfall. I do think we will have more tornado warnings going into the afternoon hours in parts of the Brazos Valley and southeast Texas. Catherine LaFleur, thank you very kindly for your Texas Storm Chasers order. Hope you enjoy that shirt. Apologies for butchering your last name. So, Brayman, you're going to have a storm coming in shortly. The potential for quarter-size hail, strong winds over 60 miles an hour. That's going to be moving up towards Highway 7 after it passes Highway 14. Eventually, this storm is probably going to go and say hello to Marquez and Hewitt. Thank you, Brittany Gravens. Hope you enjoy that Texas Storm Chasers t-shirt. Appreciate the support, y'all. We've got a little bow echo here. West of Cameron, west of Minnevera, west of Rockdale. That little bow, by bow I mean, notice how it's kind of pushing out there. That's because you've got winds pushing out on the backside of the storm. That's helping to bring some stronger winds down to the surface. We could have some wind gusts over 60 miles an hour, maybe some hail. That's going to be crossing over Highway 77. Bremen, thank you. From Rosebud to Cameron to Rockdale. That's going to be moving off to the east at about 35 miles an hour. Eventually, that'll make it to maybe College Station, Wixon Valley, Hearn, Calvert, Franklin. So, Bremen, you've got a nasty storm coming on in the next few minutes. You're already getting pelted with lightning strikes. Too bad we don't have a way to collect those, right? All right, so, and then we're also watching some of these individual storms fire up to the east of all that. So, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to turn on the statewide radar. Y'all are going to get to listen to music for about 6 minutes. And we're going to take a quick little break. You'll get some relaxing music. I'm going to look at some data. And we'll be back with continuing severe weather coverage here at noon. That's in 6 to 7 minutes, sooner if necessary. So we'll be right back. As always, you can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com, or by downloading the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers. You download apps to your device, of course. You can just keep on watching us here at the Texas Storm Chasers. We'll be back in 5 to 6 minutes with continuing severe weather coverage. Y'all will go ahead and come back. Got off to a rocky start with technology, but we're doing well. Got to thank our amazing moderating team. Trust me, it's not easy dealing with technical issues and me. I'm like the epitome and magnet for tech issues, and whatever can go wrong tech-wise usually does when it involves me. So, mods are doing an amazing job. Big thank you to them. If you haven't already, by the way, and you've become a supporter, or a member on the YouTube channels, make sure you join our members-only Discord server. Chat with us behind the scenes. And thank you to AJ for that super chat. Appreciate it. And TT, thank you kindly for that order and generous donation. Appreciate it. All right, so what we've got are a lot of storms producing some pretty heavy rain. Thunderstorm activity making all sorts of a ruckus across North Texas, Northeast Texas, Central Texas, the Brazos Valley. Let me turn off cloud cover so y'all can see this. As you can see, Northeast Texas, you've got a few storms up towards you right now. We've got a pretty nasty storm northeast of Mount Pleasant. That's going to be moving up towards Lydia and DeKalb there on Highway 259 and Highway 82. That activity, you might have some quarter to ping pong ball size hail with that, as that storm moves off to the northeast at about 35 miles per hour. Back in North Texas, Texoma, we've got a line of storms from near Sherman to Bonham, Van Alstyne, west of Wolf City, McKinney to Greenville, Dallas up to Royce City, DeSoto over to Kaufman, Waxahachie east to Maybank, back down I-35 through Hillsborough, Central Texas, Waco. All these storms are producing a lot of heavy rain, lightning. Heading down into Central Texas we go. We've got thunderstorm activity across really the northern Brazos Valley and western Brazos Valley at this point. These storms are stronger compared to their counterparts in North Texas. They are producing quarter-size hail, localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour, very heavy rainfall. We've got a pretty nasty little wind gust showing up approaching Minerva on Highway 77 in Milam County. That's about 6 miles west of there right now. Some pretty strong winds showing up just north of Thorndale. And we've got additional storms starting to fire back west of Highway 281 from Johnson City to west of Bernie to east of Batesville and east of La Pryor. Those storms are moving northeast towards Austin, New Braunfels, San Antonio, and will continue to make progress off to the northeast at about 30 miles an hour with some very heavy rain, gusty winds, probably some hail as well. We're going to have to watch these storms here in the Brazos Valley in southeast Texas going into the afternoon hours as they mature, and we begin to see a increase in the threat of severe weather. All right, so let's take a look. I do want to show you a couple of these circulations, or areas of enhanced wind we're seeing. And this is the which way the wind's blowing mode. And honestly, this could be a little spin-up tornado we're seeing here on the radar. The Gamer Hippie, thank you for your order. Rome Roof and Solar, thanks for your order as well in the Texas Storm Chaser store. Appreciate the support. All right, so let us take a look at this. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything. And what we're going to be looking at is northwest of Rockdale. We're seeing a little area of enhanced straight line wind, maybe a brief spin-up tornado. It's going to be near County Road 212 here in Millam County, southwest of Cameron. In fact, now I'm pretty confident we have a spin-up tornado here. You can see that on the which way the wind's blowing mode. Here's the straight line wind mode. This is coming up towards County Road 216, just southwest of Cameron here in Millam County. Using the straight line wind mode, you can see we've got winds over 70 to 75 miles an hour being detected, and we're looking at about 1,000 feet above the ground here. We're very close to the radar. Utilizing a different mode, the which way the wind's blowing mode, when you count, well, the storm direction and speed, this allows you to see rotation better. You can see we've got winds moving away from the radar at about 40. Winds moving towards the radar about 30. So we have about a 70 mile an hour rotation right here. Completely wrapped in heavy, heavy rain. So if we have a spin-up tornado here and or near hurricane force damaging winds, well, guess what? You're not going to see it because it's just going to be a sheet of rain. So this is what it looks like on the which way the wind's blowing mode. And here's the how hard it's raining mode. And again, this is all moving northeast. At about 35 miles an hour.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Henderson and Kaufman County in Texas.
Okay. Thank you, Adam Bridgden and Elaine, for your Texas Storm Chasers merch orders. Hope you enjoy. Appreciate the support.
Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Williamson County in Texas.
All right. So let's go see that new warning they're talking about. Real quick, let's go take a look at Bremen up to KOSSE, Highway 70, or Highway 7, and Highway 14. You can see this storm. This was the one that was tornado warned earlier. It is still, stand by. We've got a tornado warning coming out for this circulation southwest of Cameron. So there's going to be a tornado warning now. This may... Yeah, I'm going to say this probably is going to include the city of Cameron. So, Cameron, take your tornado safety. It's going to be including the city of Cameron. Y'all need to take your tornado safety precautions. This is going to be a tornado warning for that circulation we were just looking at a few moments ago. And again, this is going to be for Millam County. This is going to be a tornado warning that includes Minerva, Cameron, and Maysfield here in Millam County. This is going to be just south, not yet include places like Highway 6 from Calvert to Hearn, but it's heading y'all's way. It's going to be a possible tornado now using the which way the wind's blowing mode. You can see that here. This is going to be approaching County Road 216 here in Millam County. This is going to be about 7 miles southwest of Cameron, but we're looking at a radar scan from about 4 minutes ago, so in all likelihood it's closer to about 5 miles southwest of Cameron now. And this is going to be moving northeast at about 35 miles an hour. Is that what they've got it at? I'm sorry, 40 miles an hour. So there's the latest scan that just came in, that circulation near County Road 216 here in Millam County. It's going to be moving towards County Road 219, 218 Alpha, 219. You've got Highway 77 over here. You've got Highway 190 going southeast out of Cameron. Again, this circulation now is about, I'm going to place it, it's about 5 miles southwest of Cameron. Again, this is moving east-northeast at 40 miles an hour. So this is going to be a tornado warning until 12:45 p.m. This does include Cameron, Minerva, and Maysfield here in Milam County. This does not include Milano, Rockdale, any part of Highway 79 at this point. This could eventually go downstream to Hearn and Calvert if it intensifies. So this is going to be a tornado warning. Thank you, Gabe, for that super chat. Appreciate you. So those of you here in Milam County, from Cameron down to Minerva, Maysfield, go ahead and take your tornado safety precautions now. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. DK, thanks for that merch order. Hope you enjoy your Texas Storm Chasers gear. So those of you in Cameron, Minerva, and Maysfield here in Milam County, go ahead and take your tornado safety precautions. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Here's the latest scan that just came in. That circulation now on County Road 219 here in Milam County, southwest of Cameron. We'll go ahead and put a new distance on it, about 4 miles southwest of Cameron now. This looks like it's going to stay south of Cameron by a couple miles, though we still want y'all in Cameron to be in a safe place. This is moving towards where Highway 77 and Highway 190 kind of come off each other or intersect southeast of Cameron. So we want y'all to go ahead and please be in a safe place. If you're down here, the possibility of a rain-wrapped tornado. So we're talking about a possible tornado down here south of Cameron by about 4 miles, moving to the northeast at about 40 miles an hour. This tornado warning is going to include places... Whoops. Just northwest of Minerva. This is going to be about 2 miles northwest of Minerva on Highway 77. It's going to be moving up towards the intersection of Highway 77 and Highway 190, I believe. It's about 4 miles southwest of there, moving off to the northeast right now. In all likelihood, this circulation will stay a bit south of Cameron, but Cameron, you're technically in the tornado warning, as are those of you on Highway 485 around Maysfield. So go ahead and be in a safe place here in central and northeastern portions of Milam County. This won't be a process that takes too long, so we should be able to get you out of your shelters sooner rather than later. And the good news is the circulation itself is looking a little less intense than it was earlier. It's still quite present, but this is not one of these really strong circulations where I think we're going to have a long-lived, big, bad, very mad tornado. But this is more of the spin-up variety that has the potential to bring down trees, cause some roof damage and stuff like that, where we definitely want you to be in a safe place. A tornado is a tornado. If a tornado comes rolling down your street, it's not going to be a good day for you. But we do appreciate everybody who's tuning in this afternoon. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer, being helped behind the scenes by our amazing team of moderators. We've got meteorologist Jason Cooley helping out. We've got Storm Chasers out and about as well, heading down to their targets for the day. We'll go ahead. Let's switch back to the statewide view. We'll talk about what's going on and what we're expecting over the next several hours. And truth be told, I was pretty harsh on, the moderators earlier during technical snafus. It was none of their faults. It was my fault. Just technology and I don't get along, and then, well, everybody's trying to fix it, which is good. Those are the kind of people you want involved with. But yeah, I'm sorry, moderators. So, you can see we've got this activity, Texoma, northeast Texas. Those storms are generally moving off to the northeast at about 30-35 miles an hour. You can see down here in North Texas, we have flash flood warnings out the wazoo. Those are those blue boxes. The entire DFW Metroplex is under a flash flood warning at this point. Could have some quarter-size hail approaching Lydia and Avery right now. Maybe some smaller hail just north of Taco, moving towards Clarksville. And again, if we're not talking about your storm, it's not because we don't care about you. It's just that you're not trying to get hit by a tornado. So be thankful of that. DFW, heaviest rains are now exiting east out of your area. And then Central Texas, you've got one round of storms just east of 35 now, or on 35 Round Rock, but mostly east of 35 now. You've got more storms trying to fire up southwest of San Antonio and Austin. Those will move across I-35 as well. Otherwise, we have storms moving into the Brazos Valley, and we have a tornado warning here from Milam County. So, let's get back to it. And if you want to keep a track of the storms in your part of the world, you can do that with the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, and in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. That's that QR code above my scary bald head. And thank you to everybody who's been sending in super chats, stars, and buy merch on the Texas Storm Chasers store. Definitely appreciate that. It's texasstormchasers.store in a web browser. Circulation now coming up to Highway 77 and 190 very quickly. You can see we've got winds moving away from the radar at about 40, winds moving towards the radar about 30. So we still have about 70 mile an hour winds here. Straight line wind-wise, we've got winds over 75 miles an hour. So even if we don't have a tornado here, we likely have some very strong winds producing wind damage here coming up to Highway 77 and Highway 140. And these are moving east-northeast. They'll be crossing over Highway 77/190, a couple miles southeast of Cameron, literally like a mile or two southeast of downtown Cameron, there at the intersection of 77 and 190 going north. And then this circulation is going to be moving out into northeastern Milam County, passing just south of Maysfield, and eventually this will be crossing Highway 485 west of Hearn. If this thing keeps up, it is going to be making its way towards Highway 6 and Highway 79 from Hearn up to Calvert, where we may have to get a tornado warning issued down the road. So we're going to have to watch for that carefully. All right. So, those of you in Cameron, down south on Highway 190, 77 to north of Milano, a possible rain-wrapped tornado crossing the highway now. That'll be moving northeast. Let me try to get some roads on here. And again, we're using the which way the wind's blowing mode here. I know this is a bucket of spilled paint, but we're essentially looking for these red and greens coming together, and that helps us see rotation. We're going to have a new radar scan coming in just a second. We've got now a confirmed tornado. A tornado has been reported on FM 1600 at 12:14 p.m. So we now have a confirmed tornado. In fact, there you go. There's the radar signature that's intensified considerably. So we now have a confirmed tornado with this thunderstorm about 2 to 3 miles east of Cameron, moving northeast. And again, the Milam County Sheriff's Office reported a tornado on Farm to Market 1600 3 minutes ago. So this is a confirmed tornado now that just moved across Highway 190 and 77, FM 1600. This is now crossing over County Road 229. This is going to be moving up towards County Road 254 in Milam County, County Road 249, County Road 252. This is going to be moving over those county roads. Eventually, this is going to be making its way up towards County Road 259. So again, Milam County, a confirmed tornado now, just east of Highway 190 and 77. If you're west of 190 and 77 from Cameron down to Minerva or Milano, you're clear from this storm, but we're going to have more heading your way. We don't have any tornado debris being lofted yet, but you can see the signature has become much more intense. We now have winds. Even if we don't have a tornado here, and we do because law enforcement's seen it, we've got straight line winds of 90 miles an hour. So you can see we now have winds moving away from the radar. When you count in storm motion, this helps you see the rotation more easily. Winds moving away from the radar at 50, winds moving towards at about 30. So 55, 35, we're just going to go ahead and say 80 mile an hour gate-to-gate shear. And law enforcement has confirmed a tornado with this thunderstorm in the last several minutes. So again, this is a confirmed tornado now, moving east of Highway 77 and 190, about 3 miles east of Cameron, moving east-northeast at 40 miles an hour. Those of you in Calvert to Hearn, go ahead and start getting ready to prepare for a possible tornado warning. This is going to be moving across the Little River, south of Maysfield, moving towards Branchville, towards the Port Sullivan Bridge on FM 485. So again, those of you near the Little River, east of Cameron, south of Maysfield. Well, let's just say this. From Belmina, FM 485 through Maysfield to Branchville, the Little River Baptist Church, and then eventually up to the Brazos River, where FM 485 crosses, you're going to need to go ahead and please move to a safe place. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. You can see we continue to deal with some pretty nasty looking rotation here. We've got winds moving away now at 60 miles an hour. We've got winds moving towards at about 30, so we're up to 90 mile an hour shear now. So now the rotation has continued to intensify, and we have a thunderstorm that is producing a confirmed tornado now. This is going to be, at this point, 4 miles east of the city of Cameron, approaching Maysfield. This is going to be crossing the Little River just south of Maysfield shortly. County Road 244 needs you to be in a safe place. County Roads 249, 252, 254, 255, 259. We need y'all to be in a safe place. As again, a rain-wrapped tornado. This is what the how hard it's raining mode looks like. You can see there's no well-defined, hook on here, but the rotation is quite strong here on the which way the wind's blowing mode. And those of you in Maysfield on FM 485 need to be in a safe place immediately, as a tornado was reported by the Milam County Sheriff's Office a few moments ago with this thunderstorm. So we need folks out here to please be in a safe place. Eventually, this is going to be moving up towards Calvert and Hearn once it crosses the Brazos River. So Maysfield, Branchville, eventually Calvert, maybe even up to Crossroads and Jones Prairie. We need y'all to pay attention to this out here in Milam County. This thunderstorm did have a tornado down, visually viewed a few minutes ago by the Milam County Sheriff's Office. And this is going to be moving northeast at 40 miles an hour towards Maysfield, Crossroads, the Wildcat Bridge, Branchville, and eventually, if it continues, it's going to move into Robertson County and pose a threat to Highway 6 around Calvert, maybe all the way down to Hearn. So those of you on Highway 6 from Calvert to Hearn, go ahead and start getting ready for a possible tornado. And if you know folks out here, you could really help us by being a big part of warning process, shoot them a text and let them know they've got a tornado down approaching them.
Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Miller County in Arkansas, Bossier and Caddo County in Louisiana, Cass, Harrison, and Marion County in Texas.
And while you don't have that super classic hook here because of all the rain, you can see there is a bit of a hook. Back over to the which way the wind's blowing mode, and this is how we're able to see the rotation. Rotation is still there now on County Road 255 out here in Milam County, moving up towards western Robertson County. This is very near Maysfield now. The rotation's a little weaker, but it's, by weaker, it's like 5 to 10 miles an hour weaker, but the rotational signature remains well defined here. So we probably still have a rain-wrapped tornado dancing along. It may not necessarily be down the whole time, but I'm willing to bet something's there, whether you've got straight-line winds of 80 miles an hour or a tornado of 80 miles an hour. Looks like we have a new velocity scan. There we go. And again, you can see velocities were down to about 75 miles an hour. We were up at 90. So, again, this is not a super violent circulation. I don't think we have what you would consider to be, a mile-wide EF4 tornado here, but I do believe, based on the visual confirmations from the sheriff's office and the velocity signature, that we probably do have a circulation that is tickling the ground here in the form of brief tornadoes. Thank you, Rome Roof and Solar, for your merch order and your generous donation. Appreciate that. All right. Jason, I copy. I've got the Steven feed. I'll get this put up on the top of my little viewer here. We'll get it set up. We'll see what he gets. So again, we have Storm Chaser Stephen Jones. He is moving into position to intercept this storm. He is in Franklin. He's making his way down to this vicinity to intercept this thunderstorm that has a reported tornado with it several minutes ago. So let's take a look at. You can see this storm is starting to show a little more classic supercellular appearance. Now there's a lot of precip around here in other storms, but you can see kind of this cellular shape to it. This is your inflow notch, your rear flank downdraft, winds coming around the backside of the storm. So, based on its current look, I would expect a tornado warning to be issued shortly for western Robertson County, which would include probably Calvert and Hearn on Highway 6. This possible tornado is now 8 miles southwest of Calvert, or about 10 miles to 12 miles west of Hearn, moving northeast at 40. This would be about a mile east of Maysfield. Should have just crossed FM 485. From there, this storm is going to be crossing over the Brazos River near Crossroads, maybe near the Wildcat Bridge, which is an old bridge out southwest of Calvert, and then it's going to probably try to ride up into Calvert. So if you're in Calvert on Highway 6, you're not in a tornado warning yet, but you probably need to be. And I'd go ahead and start taking your tornado safety precautions if you are located on Highway 6 in Calvert. We're going to recommend no travel now on Highway 6 between Hammond and Hearn. Don't go north out of Hearn, and don't go south out of Hammond. Don't go south of where Highway 6 meets up with 14, and don't go north of where Highway 79 splits off of Highway 190/6. As this dangerous thunderstorm with a possible rain-wrapped tornado is moving off to the northeast towards those areas.
A new tornado warning has been issued for
Yeah, I don't know why that's not playing over the speakers. But again, we have a new tornado warning for Robertson and Milam counties. You can see that in the red polygon here. This tornado warning does include Calvert, Hearn, Franklin, Easterly, and Ridge. So this includes Highway 79 from Highway 6 to just south of Highway 7. This tornado warning includes Highway 6 from Highway pretty much 79 just north of where 79 splits off with 6 and 190 all the way through Calvert. So, Calvert, Hearn, Franklin, Easterly, Ridge, you are now in a tornado warning. You need to take your tornado safety precautions. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes. Helmet, not the worst idea. But we'll get you through this, A-OK. You can see, even if we don't have a tornado here, we do have hurricane-force straight-line winds. So you're either going to get hit by a tornado or hurricane-force straight-line winds. Both are going to do damage. So those of you in Calvert, all the way down to the Brazos River, Crossroads, the Wildcat Bridge, north sides of Hearn, the St. Luke's Church, Elliott Baptist Church, the Franklin Drive-Through Safari, the Robertson County Cowboy Church, Webb Cemetery, Franklin, the Franklin Ranch Community Park, Owensville, New Baden, Easterly, Ridge, Nesbitt Cemetery, well, yeah, y'all, not really, okay. Y'all need to be in a safe place. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, Storm Chaser Stephen Jones is heading down Highway 79 from Franklin to try and give us a view. Now, the problem with that is this storm is highly rain-wrapped. Here's what the How Hard It's Raining mode looks like. Your circulation is back in here in heavy, heavy rain. So, we may not be able to visually see it. Sue Segade and Steve, thank you very kindly for your Texas Storm Chasers merch orders. Hope you enjoy them. And thank you, Rayoid, for that generous super chat. So that was the latest How Hard It's Raining mode scan. We'll switch back over to the Which Way the Wind's Blowing mode because that is going to give us a better look. And you can see the circulation. Now, here's the good news. That circulation looks weaker. Wind speeds are coming down. We had a 90-mile-an-hour circulation earlier. Well, now we've got winds of 30 moving away from the radar and about 20 moving towards. So we're down from 90 to about 50, which is good. Now, does that mean we're done? Probably not. It just means the storm's likely cycling. So those of you in Calvert and Hearn, Franklin up 79 through Franklin and Robertson County, go ahead and be in your tornado-safe place. Now, let's quickly take a look up here in East Texas. I just want to make sure we're not missing anything. That's the only tornado warning we have, but we do have a severe thunderstorm. This is going to be northeast of Marshall, up from Jefferson to north of Wascom. That storm it could have some pretty good size hail with it, moving towards uncertain. That's going to be crossing over Highway 49 And then riding up Highway 43 towards Atlanta. Again, potential for some large hail with that. There is no tornado issue with that at this point. Heaviest rains exiting DFW now to the east. We still got some rain, maybe some cloud-to-ground lightning from Waxahachie and Bardwell up through Dallas, McKinney, Sherman. That activity continues to make steady progress to the east. And rain will be exiting DFW shortly with no severe weather threat expected. Down here in central Texas, we've got activity now. It's a good chunk of it's going to be east of 35, but we still have a few storms that are from near Bernie to Blanco. Those could have some gusty winds, small hail. They look weaker than they did earlier, thankfully. And we still have nothing south of Highway 290, east of 35 in the sense of severe storms, which is good. So that is a good thing right now, but we are expecting the threat of severe storms to probably begin spreading southeast into southeast Texas going through the afternoon. All right, so real quick, those of you in Calvert, Hearn, Highway 6, be in a safe place. If you're in Cameron, you're clear. Maysfield, you're clear for now. You could have some storms later, but they're not likely to be tornadic. So Maysfield, this is well east of you now. You're clear. Cameron and Minerva, you're clear. Though it's still pouring and storming. What we're going to do, I'm going to take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model. We're going to look from 1 p.m. through 4 a.m. tomorrow. And this is just going to give us a timeline on what we're expecting storm-wise. Now, we're going to see all this activity continue to make steady progress east this afternoon. You can see by probably dinner time, we're going to be confined to areas well east of Interstate 45, though some storms may still be around Houston and I-45, up into the Golden Triangle and the Piney Woods of East Texas. Lingering storms could continue from the coastal bend, the coastal plains, the upper Texas Gulf Coast with a lower tornado risk, but still some hail, heavy rain, lightning through the mid to late evening. Going into late tonight, we're going to see a cluster of storms fire up west of Laredo in northern Mexico. That is going to evolve into either a supercell cluster or a bow echo, which will then make eastward progress across the Rio Grande into South Texas, the Rio Grande Plains, and eventually the lower Texas Gulf Coast and South Texas early tomorrow morning. Those storms could be severe with very large hail, damaging winds, and maybe the potential for a few tornadoes in addition to flash flooding. And for those of you asking, the merch link, that's texasstormchasers.store in a web browser.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cherokee, Gregg, and Smith County in Texas.
All right, so if you're on Highway 6, from Hearn up to Calvert, we'd like you to be in a safe place. We've got some strong rotation that'll be moving into those communities in the next 10 minutes. Otherwise, again, here's what we're expecting the rest of the day, and then here is what we're looking at right now. We've got a severe storm now near Jacksonville moving up Highway 69 towards Bullard, White House, Troop, and eventually maybe the city of Tyler. That could have some gusty winds and maybe some quarter-size hail. These storms up in northeast Texas are not expected to pose a tornado threat. So hail, wind, yes. You can see Stephen Jones, southwest of Franklin on Highway 79, trying to look into this rain wrap circulation. Thank you, Amy Easterling, for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Hope you enjoy. Thanks for your support. Those of you wanting merch, TexasStormChasers.com/store. It's a great way to help support the channel.
Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Bayard and Medina County in Texas.
Now let's talk about the severe weather risk going into the rest of today and tonight. I'll load that real quick. Now here's the overall severe weather risk this afternoon through the evening. You can see severe storms possible, Brazos Valley, Milam County, thank you. Central Texas, but mostly the Brazos Valley, East Texas, Southeast Texas, the Piney Woods of East Texas, with some hail threat up into Northeast Texas. Now, let's take a look at the tornado risk. The tornado risk this afternoon into the early evening, you can see we have an enhancement here in the Brazos Valley, the East Texas region, Southeast Texas, and the Golden Triangle. The potential here for a few tornadoes. We have a tornado watch through 4 p.m. Otherwise, tornado threat is low across, northeast Texas. But we'll keep an eye on it. And again, just because we have a risk doesn't mean you're necessarily going to have to deal with it. Not a lot of folks are going to have to deal with, crazy severe storms today. All right, let's take a look at this storm that is south of Hondo. This is our newest severe thunderstorm warning. It's going to be a severe storm warning that takes us up into the San Antonio metro. This is going to be a severe storm near Yancey, south of Hondo. About 11 miles south of Hondo, moving northeast at 50. So this thing is cooking and booking today. 50-mile-an-hour storm. You don't usually see those in South Texas by May. Usually the jet stream is a bit farther to the north. But it is what it is. So this storm's moving northeast at 50. This will be making it up into the San Antonio metro, Bexar County. Let's see if we can't put a timeline on this. So Castroville, about 12:55 to 1 p.m. Leon Valley, about 1:10 to 1:15. San Antonio proper, downtown, about 1:20 p.m. Interstate 410 at Highway 10, or Highway 90 on the west side of town, about 1:10. Hollywood Park, about 1:25 to 1:30. Kirby, about 1:30. Universal City, about 1:35. And again, this storm could have large hail, damaging winds, heavy rain, and cloud-to-ground lightning. All right, let's get back to our tornado warning. Again, we only have one storm with a tornado warning right now. We can actually get the radar to load. Mike Martinez, thanks for that Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Appreciate it. Y'all can find your own at TexasStormChasers.com/store. All right, radar. So we're going to do real quick. Let me just reset that program. Y'all can enjoy my beautiful desktop background. And we'll get back into this. Hopefully data will load a little nicer now. There you go. So Calvert. Well, here's the good news. I'll be honest, it's actually pretty hard to find this circulation on radar now. So that is actually good news. That circulation has definitely become much less obvious here. Thank you, Will, for that merch order. Appreciate it. Appreciate all of y'all. So here is the how hard it's raining mode. It's pouring and storming in Calvert right now. The good news is this storm really has weakened considerably. This circulation, I mean, if it's there, it's a little closer to Hearn. And I'll be honest, at this point, we got winds moving away at maybe 20. Winds moving towards at, 5. So the good news is that circulation is really difficult to find right now, and that's a good thing. We could definitely still have some very strong winds, though. We're seeing straight line winds in this area, probably near 60 miles an hour. Karen Rogers, thank you kindly for that merch order. Hope you enjoy your Texas Storm Chasers gear. Appreciate it. And this storm's going to be moving up Highway 79 towards Franklin. So Robertson County, Franklin, Easterly, Ridge. Continue to maintain your tornado safety locations. You can see Storm Chaser Stephen Jones. They are down there right.
Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Milam County in Texas.
Thank you, Jason. I am fixing that now. And I'll just tell you why that happens. I have to place my camera source on the screen being used, or my camera on the source being used with the microphone, so y'all are able to hear it, which is why at times you are not able to hear me. So I will get that set up right now, and then next time we do that, y'all will actually be able to hear me on that. But thank you, Jason. All right, so that was Storm Chaser Stephen Jones' feed. He was and is looking from Franklin. I was just saying that there's quite a bit of cloud movement there in the low levels. Those clouds are moving very quickly towards him. We weren't seeing anything particularly concerning from that angle right now. But back to the radar, you can see, look, I'll be honest, I can't find rotation here. That is some good news for you all. That circulation has weakened considerably and is pretty difficult to locate right now. So that is good. If that keeps up, we may see the National Weather Service cancel this tornado warning a little early, which would be great. All right, let me go over here. And yeah, folks giving, town name corrections, that's all good. I'm bad at pronouncing things anyway, so it's not intentional, but yeah, there's no reason for us to all get worked up about it either, as long as it's done politely. If it's not done politely, the mods will ban your behan faster than, well, pick your favorite idiom. All right, so Nancy, thank you for that generous donation, and Ron Shield, thank you for that Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Hope you enjoy your gear. Y'all can get your merch at texasstormchasers.store in a web browser. All right, so let's see. Are we missing anything else? All right, so that's the good news with that. We might get to see that tornado warning canceled early. Otherwise, let's go down. Rockdale, it's storming. Milano, it is storming. It is pouring. It is windy. You might have some storms producing some quarter-size hail out here. A lot of heavy rain and lightning. Flash flooding is going to be an issue in these areas. Down towards Elgin, we've got some pretty nasty storms, capable of maybe some nickel-size hail. It's not storming in Austin right now. Y'all looking pretty good. Then we've got this storm southwest of San Antonio, northwest of Divine. That's heading up towards San Antonio. And this storm is crossing Highway 173, moving northeast at about 40 to 50 miles an hour. We'll put some storm tracks on it. Lacoste at about 110. Castroville, 105 to 110. So be crossing over FM 1604 at Highway 90 around 1:20 p.m. Interstate 410 at Highway 90, 1:25 p.m. This will be moving into downtown San Antonio about 1:35 to 1:40 p.m. Leon Valley about 1:30 p.m. Almost Park about 1:40 p.m. Castle Hills about 1:40 p.m. Kirby about 1:45 p.m. Hill Country Village and Hollywood Place Hollywood Park between 1:40 and 1:50 p.m. Universal City would be around 2 p.m. And again, this storm probably has some quarter-size hail right now and damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles an hour. Danny Singleton and Stacy Moore, thanks y'all for your Texas Storm Chasers merch orders. Appreciate it. Appreciate y'all's support. And again, y'all can find Texas Storm Chasers merch at texasstormchasers.store. All right. So let's zoom out. Again, we got rain in the Panhandle. Nothing severe up there right now. We may have a few stronger storms in West Texas later this afternoon. Otherwise, I'll even turn off satellite here so it's a little easier to see. Let me clear off some of these icons. So we've got a cluster of storms moving across northeast Texas. We've got some storms. We got one storm about to race into Tyler from the south. And that is just nasty, nasty sauce. Patty Woods, you're wanting to know if this is moving into New Braunfels, I believe is what your question is. The storm that is southwest of San Antonio, yeah, it could very well make it up to New Braunfels. It's still at least an hour away at this point, but it is heading your way if it makes it up there. It's 60 miles away right now, moving northeast at 50.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Freestone, Leon, Limestone, and Robertson County in Texas.
Okay, so that was a severe thunderstorm warning for Freestone, Leon, Limestone, and Robertson counties up here in the northern Brazos Valley. We'll switch back over to the how hard the rain is falling mode. And we'll switch back to the radar up here. We'll just take a gander. Again, this is going to be a severe storm warning pretty much from Thornton to Hearn. Line of storms moving off to the east. The potential for some of these storms to produce wind gusts over 60 miles an hour, quarter-size hail. And yeah, spin-up tornado can't be completely ruled out with this activity. At this point, it is not as ominous as it was earlier, though, thankfully. So that's good news for y'all. But again, those of you in, well, let's do it this way. Hearn and Calvert, you're clear. Circulation, if there was one, or if there is one still, is well northeast of you now. A little easier to see now on radar. It's about 7 miles northeast of Calvert, about 3 miles west of Franklin, moving up Highway 79. So those of you in Franklin, Easterly, and Ridge, you could still have some damaging winds, maybe a spin-up tornado, as that storm continues to move northeast pretty quickly at about 40 to 50 miles per hour. All right, let's see if that works out a little better. Hmm. So we have one tornado warning in effect for about another 20 minutes, technically, for northeastern for Robertson County. Not thinking the Weather Service is going to extend that right now based on the way the storm is looking, but we definitely can't rule out damaging winds. There's definitely a lot of heavy rain, maybe some small hail and lightning. Can't rule out a brief tornado, but we're going to keep an eye on it for sure. Otherwise, we do have severe thunderstorms.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Camp, Franklin, Gregg, Morris, Smith, Upshur, and Wood County in Texas.
Clearly. And we'll go take a look at that in just a second. Thank you, Patty Woods, RM, and Julian Duke for your generous super chats. We appreciate it. All right, so let's go take a look at the new severe storm warnings up here. Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning It's going to be for a storm bringing a quick round of hail to Tyler. That storm's racing north at 65.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Cherokee, Gregg, Rusk, Smith, and Upshur County in Texas.
65 miles per hour. So that could have quarter-size hail moving quickly north towards Mineola, Hawkins, Quitman, Winsboro. And again, that storm is racing north at 65 miles an hour. I don't think it's going to make it up to I-30 with hail, but, I mean, if it does, it does. But again, quick round of hail in Tyler, and that storm is moving northeast at about 65 miles per hour. All right. So, almost 1 o'clock now. Let's take a look back at the state. I'm going to drink some caffeine water. If we have a tornado, well, now we have a circulation showing up again. So, near Franklin. Now, real quick, this just let me show you what it looks like statewide, and we need to go back to Franklin because that thing came back with a vengeance. Like I said it might, but now it's back. So again, southeast Texas, Piney Woods of East Texas, you're up this afternoon into this evening. All this activity's heading your way. All right, so let's get back to this. We've got a new circulation that's quickly developing now near Franklin. And you can see how the reflectivity has changed again. We've kind of got that little inflow notch that is returned. Hey, radar, let's be nice. Thank you kindly. There you go. Here's your inflow notch. Here's your which way the wind's blowing mode. And again, you can see that circulation has come back pretty quickly here just south of Franklin. This is the which way the wind's blowing mode. You've got winds blowing away from the radar south of Franklin. You've got winds moving towards the radar over Franklin, and this circulation is back to 30 miles, or about 35 miles an hour moving away from the radar, about 40 moving towards. So earlier it was 90, went down to about 35, and now it's even stronger. So again, there is increasing confidence we could have a tornado either down or about to drop just southeast of Franklin now by mile. So those of you on Highway 79 from Franklin all the way up to Ridge, hey, heads up, this thing that wasn't looking as impressive has come back with a vengeance. They do that. So again, we could easily have a tornado down now just southeast of Franklin, moving northeast up Highway 79. I'm going to try to get y'all some more city labels on here. But if not, the least I can do is at least get some roads. All right, so we're going to have a new tornado warning. Stand by. This is going to be for Freestone and Limestone counties. I see why. Stand by. So again, we're going to have two storms with two tornado.
Tornado warning has been issued for Freestone and Limestone County in Texas.
All right, so again, possible tornado developing 2 miles southeast of Franklin. Those of you in Franklin, easterly, up here in Robertson County, please take your tornado safety precautions. Confidence that we have a tornado developing is rapidly increasing. New Baden, the weekend veranda, bed and breakfast. Hey, be in a safe place. But again, we have a new tornado warning we need to get up to. This is going to be a new tornado warning. This is going to include portions of Limestone and Freestone counties. This tornado warning includes Tige, Farrar, Dew, Fairfield. This includes Interstate 45, so we don't want anyone on I-45 now going north out of Buffalo or south out of Fairfield, as a possible tornado is now developing very near Highway 164, just west of Donnie, just west of Farrar, moving northeast at about 40 miles an hour. So again, those of you in Fairfield, Tige, Dew, Farrar, Donnie, Oakwood. You need to take your tornado safety precautions. This is going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This is a tornado warning. 4. Limestone and Freestone counties in this shaded polygon box. If you're in it, take action. If you're not, you're fine. But, again, a possible tornado developing now near Highway 164. This is going to be about 12 miles west of Buffalo, 10 to 11 miles east of Groesbeck, just west of Donnie by maybe 5 miles, maybe 2-3 miles northwest of Farrar, moving northeast towards Dew on Interstate 45. Tige, Fairfield, Dew, areas north of Buffalo, you need to take your tornado safety precautions. Downstream, Oakwood, and areas just west of Palestine, you're going to be under threat. We recommend no travel now going north out of Buffalo on Interstate 45 or Highway 75, or going south out of Fairfield on Interstate 45 or 75. If you're in those areas, I'd recommend you pull off into a safe place and find a sturdy site-built structure. The other tornado warning we're dealing with is going to be with this thunderstorm around Franklin. This is going to be moving up towards New Baden and Ridge, easterly. We want y'all up here in northeastern Robertson County to be in a safe place. All right, let's pop back into the radar. You can see the circulation near Franklin has a pretty well-defined hook now. Earlier, you couldn't see it as easily. Well, guess what? New circulation has developed, and this thing definitely has a more visually defined look. In fact, you can see on the velocity couplet here, we have a well-defined circulation that has developed. Let me try to get some roads on here. Old Hickory Grove Road, it's just east of there now, coming up towards the new Baden, Mount Pleasant Road, coming up towards County Road 339 in northeastern Robertson County. This is going to be moving towards Hanhart Road. Those of you on Walker Prairie Road, we need you to be in a safe place.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Henderson County in Texas.
Flash flood warning for Henderson County in Texas. So those of you just southeast of Franklin, looks like we probably have a tornado trying to develop approaching County Road 339 up here in northeastern Robertson County. This is going to be generally moving towards Flynn, Normandy, and Leona downstream. This is going to be moving more like, here, I'll circle the velocity. This is moving more like this than northeast. So this is probably going to be more of an issue for places like Flynn, maybe Normandy, and Leona once it gets up into Leon County. We have a circulation, a couple circulations, honestly, southwest of Dew, southwest of Fairfield, southwest of Tige, moving off to the north-northeast towards Interstate 45, where we'd recommend no travel between Buffalo and Fairfield. We'll get a new velocity scan here in a second. Here's the how hard it's raining mode. This isn't going to be your classic tornado signature, but as we get a new velocity scan coming in, we'll see what it looks like. And we do have a circulation now that is going to be about 5 miles south of Tige, about 5 miles north of Farrar, 5 miles northwest of Donnie, or 8 miles southwest of Dew. 12 miles southwest of Fairfield. This is moving up towards Dew on Interstate 45. So we want y'all to be in a safe place. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We don't see anything on the debris tracker right now, which is good. We'd be looking for a little blue donut in a sea of red. For what it's worth, we can check down here on the Franklin storm as well. We'll look at the velocity. You can see still pretty well-defined velocity. Well, there might be a little bit of a signature, honestly. It's not strong, but there is a little deficit right there just east of County Road 339 coming up to our Hanhart Road. And you can see now it's gone. but there was a little indication there, maybe a very weak tornado debris signature for just a moment. Otherwise, these storms up here approaching Tighe and Fairfield do definitely have the look of a problem. So y'all need to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor. Center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Oops, that's not the right link. So again, two possible tornadoes we're watching right now. One tornado may be located now 6 miles southwest of Dew, moving towards Interstate 45, passing south of Fairfield. Second possible tornado is going to be moving towards Easterly and Ridge, remaining well south of Marquez. This activity is all going to be moving off to the east-northeast at about 30 to 45 miles per hour. All right, we're going to take a quick look at the regional view. Let me turn off some of these labels so you can see what's going on. We're streaming live on our website, the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. We're streaming live coverage on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch. Watch us wherever you prefer. Corey Davis, thank you. Teak is how you pronounce Teak. And thank you for that super chat, Craig. We definitely appreciate it. And thank you for that merch order, Bod, a CSBEV. Appreciate your support. If y'all want Texas Storm Chasers merch, you can get that at texasstormchasers.store in your web browser. All right, let's get back to it. So again, we got storms from Tyler, East Texas. Let me say this. Anything north of I-20 right now, heavy rain, maybe some quarter-size hail and gusty winds. There's not really, there's no tornado threat with that activity right now. East Texas, south of I-20, some of those storms are a little more rambunctious. We're going to watch it as we get into the afternoon. Those of you in the piney woods of East Texas, the Toledo Bend Reservoir, especially along and south of Highway 79, we're going to have to watch y'all. You may also be dealing with a bit of a tornado threat. In fact, there's a couple different circulations I'm seeing out here now, so let's get back to it. What rate are we looking from? All right.
Tornado warning has been issued for Leon and Robertson County in Texas.
All right. So the Weather Service has issued a fairly large tornado warning now. Let's go ahead and make this simple. If you're along Interstate 45 from Fairfield to Buffalo to Centerville to Leona, you are now on a tornado warning. So everyone traveling on Interstate 45, unfortunately this is going to cover a pretty large area of real estate, do not go north of Highway 190. Don't go north of Madisonville. Don't go south of Highway 84 in Fairfield. If you're on I-45 right now, there's a possible tornado approaching Dew. There's a possible tornado approaching Buffalo. We could have a circulation develop closer to Centerville with time. But let me show you what we're looking at here at the which way the wind's blowing mode. And again, I'm just going to start circling these things because we're starting to get kind of busy. But again, one possible circulation near Teague. Hold on, we're going right back to it. To Teague. Possible circulation, pretty strong looking near Hewitt, moving up towards Buffalo. We've got a third circulation down near Ridge, east of Easterly, moving towards Centerville and Leona. All these circulations are moving northeast. Brazos, Madison County, Texas, severe thunderstorm warning. So again, possible tornado now near Hewitt on Highway 79, moving up 79 towards the city of Buffalo. That's going to be moving at about 40 miles an hour. So those of you in Buffalo, Hewitt, possible tornado there. Possible tornado just southeast of Ridge, though that signature is less intense, and a possible signature near Dew coming up on I-45. That is southeast of Teak, moving towards Dew, which is where 174 and I-45 intersect right south of Fairfield. So Fairfield, if we have something down here, it is likely going to be just south of you, coming up to Dew, which is Dew is right there. So, possible tornado there, damaging straight line winds, very heavy rain. It's not a good place to be. Second circulation is going to be down near the northeast sides of Hewitt, moving up Highway 79 towards Buffalo. So I'll highlight that. Moving up like that. So those of you in Buffalo, Highway 79, Interstate 45, need to be moving to your safe place. It's going to be a sturdy site-built structure, lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And then we've got severe storms all the way down Highway 79 from, well, pretty much Interstate 45 in Buffalo, all the way down through Franklin, Hearn, Rockdale, all the way almost, well, Elgin and Lexington. All this heavy rain. Maybe some quarter-size hail. Damaging winds and a lot of lightning, but flash flooding most likely. Now, the good news is this storm moving into San Antonio, it looks like they've canceled the severe thunderstorm warning. That storm from Castroville to Lacoste is weakening as it moves into Bexar County, so that's good news for y'all. The hail threat for San Antonio up to New Braunfels with these storms decreasing, so y'all may be almost done for the day. Southeast Texas, so far we're looking okie dokie. We're not dealing with anything outside of some scattered showers. That will likely change going into the afternoon hours as we end up having to deal with some storms that do develop farther to the south and make their way towards the north sides of the Houston metro, especially along the north of Highway 290 over the coming while. So I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. I want to thank everybody for tuning in this afternoon. We are monitoring severe thunderstorms. capable of producing damaging winds, hail, lightning, maybe a few tornadoes. Let's get back to it. Tornado warnings. Let's talk about it. Franklin, you're clear if you're in Franklin. That's all off to your east now, and that circulation's much weaker now. So Franklin, you're clear. We have a circulation about halfway between Highway 79 and Interstate 45, moving towards Centerville and Leona. We have a circulation halfway between Hewitt and Buffalo, moving northeast towards Buffalo. And we have a circulation near Dew, which is a couple miles south of Fairfield, on Interstate 45. Thank you, Michael, for that generous super chat. We appreciate it. And all these storms are moving off to the northeast at about 40 miles an hour. So they are cooking and booking. So let's talk about who is in and who is out. I'm going to turn the radar off. I just want to look at warnings right now. I'm going to turn off severe warnings. I want to look at the tornado warnings. And again, here are the tornado warnings. We have two. They include I-45 from Fairfield all the way down to pretty much north of Madisonville. This, pretty much for intent and purposes, tornado warnings run on Interstate 45 from mile marker 154 to 201. So again, mile marker 152 to mile marker 201 is under a tornado warning on Interstate 45 right now. If you're in any part of that, you need to move down to your lowest floor, center room, away from windows, if you're in a sturdy site-built building. And if you're not, well, you need to go ahead and get to one. Pull off the highway at your next safe stop, find a gas station, fast food restaurant, wherever, hotel. Take shelter in there in a sturdy site-built structure and let these storms pass. I-45 is probably going to be flooded in spots, by the way. Jackie Roberts, thank you kindly for that super chat. Appreciate your support. So again, possible tornado. Now, I'm going to say about 4 miles south of Buffalo, about to cross I-45. So again, 4 miles south of Buffalo, about to cross I-45. We've got a circulation about to cross I-45 near Centerville. I-45 just south of Buffalo. I-45 just north of Dew and south of Fairfield. And all these storms are moving off to the east, northeast at about 40. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually switch back to the How Hard to Training mode, and we're going to put a storm track on this. And actually, I'll use the velocity. I just want to draw it on the leading edge of that. So let's do, whoops-a-daisies. Let's do this. Switch back over to that. And we're going to do about 41 miles an hour. Thank you, Moses. Fairfield is not clear. You're in a tornado warning. Seek shelter. So, based on this, let me put some roads back on here. Or excuse me, some cities. Let me turn off radar. I just want to give you all timing. So, Palestine, about 2 p.m. Elkhart, 2 p.m. Oakwood, 135 to 140. Grapeland, 205 to 210. Crockett, about 205 to 210. Let me zoom in some more. Intersection of 84 and 79, about 140 to 145. Down here east of Centerville. Again, I said Crockett about 210. Centerville pretty much now. So again, that's some times. And then again, Elkhart about 2 to 205. Palestine about 2. Fairfield, Buffalo, Centerville now. Same for Dew. Intersection of 79, 84 about 143. DFW, no tornado threat. DFW is pretty much done. Y'all have some rain that continues to exit out east. Otherwise, DFW is done with severe weather issues. All right, let's get back to the radar. We got some storms up here in northeast Texas. There's not really a tornado threat with these storms, but there is the potential for some of these storms to produce quarter-size hail, some strong winds, frequent cloud-to-ground lightning, and a lot of heavy rain. So again, one circulation near Dew, one circulation very near Buffalo, one circulation on Highway 7 down near Centerville, all moving east at 40. You can see northeast Texas again. I'll put this radar on loop. You can see all this activity is moving north-northeast. Again, northeast Texas, there's really nothing severe. We have a storm near Gilmer that may have some hail. Otherwise, this is all just a lot of heavy rain. We're going to see flooding probably, street flooding, quick rises on creeks and streams, and lightning. Severe weather threat up here in northeast Texas, definitely not looking particularly impressive right now. We'll keep an eye on this storm west of Tyler, though. Let me look at the velocities. A little signature there. We are going to need to watch this storm southwest of Tyler. Now, Tyler is, it looks like the warm front is up in Tyler now. So, Tyler, let's watch that storm coming in from Athens, Edom, and Chandler. Tyler, looks like that little warm front has managed to bring some more unstable air back up into the city. So, we're going to have to watch that storm near Moore Station. Pretty good amount of lightning around Moore Station right now. New York, Poynor. And that's going to be moving towards Chandler, New Day, and Tyler. And again, this is the storm moving, well, like this. We're going to have to watch it just in case it tries to spin up. But nothing like that right now. Back down here. Oh, sorry. Got to stand up. Back up here, we have a severe storm.
New tornado warning has been issued for Anderson and Henderson County in Texas. New tornado warning has been issued for Houston County in Texas.
All right, so we have tornado warnings now for Anderson, Houston, and what was that third one? Henderson. So Henderson, Anderson, and Houston counties. Houston County, not the city, the county, which is up here, Grapeland. So we're going to have tornado warnings now. It actually looks like that storm we were just looking at approaching Tyler is tornado warned now. So I'm going to go ahead and sit my pretty self back down and let my numb behind simply deal.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cherokee and Smith County in Texas.
So what we're going to have is a tornado warning for Frankston, Moore Station, Coffee City, and Berryville. That's going to be for this storm that is moving towards Tyler. The Weather Service is not in Shreveport, just put a severe thunderstorm warning out for that, while the Fort Worth office put a tornado warning out. So technically, tornado warning for the Frankston, Coffee City, Berryville, Moore Station, Poynor area. That storm's moving towards Tyler. And we'll see if they extend that. But do not be shocked if we see a tornado warning for the Noonday, Bullard, White House, Troop, ARP areas coming up. So again, that's that tornado warning. All right, back down south. Let's get back to the radar down here in Granger for now. Circulations. We've got a circulation on Highway 79. It looks like northeast of Buffalo now. Fairfield, you're clear. Well, actually, the problem is we have what's called a bookend vortex. It's on the back side of the stinking line back here near Fairfield, just southeast of Fairfield near Dew. There may be some strong winds. I can't rule out a tornado. So Fairfield, give us 5 more minutes. Dew, same thing. And then we'll be done, and y'all will be good to go. Buffalo. Could have a circulation up northeast of town. The problem is we're in a very dead radar zone. We're looking... let me see if I can show you. We're looking at a pretty nasty height here. We're looking 10,000 feet up. So we're not looking where the tornado would be. We're looking at the mid-level circulation. So we've got these storms moving off to the northeast, producing damaging winds, heavy rain, hail, potential for spin-up tornadoes. Severe thunderstorm warning for Tyler, Bullard, Mount Selman, and Jacksonville for the possibility of damaging straight-line winds. Technically a tornado warning right now for the Frankston-Moore Station area. So again, these storms are going to be moving northeast at about 40. Let me put a loop on here. Get some air. So this activity is moving off to the northeast. What we're dealing with at this point seem to be line-embedded circulations with some damaging wind potential. So tornado warning, north side of Crockett, Highway 287 up to Grapeland. In northern Houston County, we'll see if the Weather Service elects to put a tornado warning out for the remainder of Anderson County. If they do, that is going to include places like Elkhart and Palestine. And this storm is moving northeast at 40. And we got a tornado warning for Smith County, so stand by. And Cherokee County. And this is going to include the city of Tyler. Computer's going to screen.
Tornado warning has been issued for Cherokee and Smith County in Texas.
All right, so we have a tornado warning now. This includes the city of Tyler, Noonday, Bullard, White House, New Chapel Hill, Mount Selman. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located between Frankston, Coffee City, and Moore Station, moving to the northeast at 40 miles an hour. This storm will be near White House and Tyler at 1:50 p.m., Bullard around 1:40 p.m., and Lake Palestine around 1:35. So again, this is a tornado warning now for northeastern Anderson, southeastern Henderson, northern Cherokee, and Smith counties, including the cities of Tyler, Noonday, Berryville, Frankston, Cunny, Mount Selman, Bullard, Flint, White House, Troop, New Chapel Hill, and Chandler. The possibility of a brief rain-wrapped tornado with this thunderstorm as it moves northeast into Smith and Cherokee counties. The potential for damaging straight-line winds over 70 miles an hour. And the potential for some hail. So as this activity continues to move to the northeast, those of you in Tyler, Noonday, Bullard, White House, New Chapel Hill, Troop, Mount Selman, Cunny, Frankston, Berryville, Coffee City, Moore Station, please take your tornado safety precautions. In a sturdy site-built structure, that'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Thank you, Jim McDull, for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order and generous donation. Appreciate it. You can get your own merch at texasstormchasers.com/store. So those of you southern Smith County, northern Cherokee County, southeastern Henderson, and northeastern Anderson County, storm moving up towards Noonday and Tyler, potential for a tornado with that. We'll switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. Let's press some buttons here. And again, it's a little difficult to see, but a little bit of a circulation near Coffee City and Berryville. And maybe a second one just southwest of Chandler. Both of these are moving northeast into Smith County, so please be in a safe place. Back south, we've got circulations. I'll switch back to the Granger radar for this. Let me see which one is closest. Oh, 90. It might be the Fort Worth radar. So we'll look at this from a couple different views. But again, boy, that's messy for y'all. Here, we're going to do this. I'm going to switch to my... Let's do this real quick. I don't show y'all this radar as often, but it does a little better at what we call de-aliasing, or looking through the muck. If I, actually remember to turn it on. So here we go. Circulation near Coffee City, circulation near Chandler. That's moving up into Tyler, Noonday, Flint, Smith County. Circulation, there's a lot of wind with this thunderstorm from Tennessee Colony back to Oakwood, that's for sure. Definitely some embedded circulations all the way back to Centerville, but they're not as easy to find. We're looking 10,000 feet above the ground here, folks. These circulations are probably more shallow and in the low levels, so that's just why they're not as easy to see. Looking from a different radar, let me set this up. And again, you could see that right over Centerville. Just north of Centerville, the possibility of a circulation there over Centerville. That's going to be moving to the east-northeast, moving up Highway 7, eventually towards the Crockett and Grapeland areas there on Highway 287. Oakwood, you've got some damaging winds. Could definitely have a spin-up tornado moving its way up. Moving its way up Highway 79. So again, if you're in Oakwood, we need you to be in a safe place. And eventually, we'll see what the Weather Service does downstream of this into Anderson County. I wouldn't be shocked if they put a tornado warning out for the Palestine area coming up. So let me move this back out of the way. Here's the fancier graph. So again, I expect probably Palestine, you're either going to get a tornado warning or a pretty nasty severe thunderstorm warning out of this as activity continues to move to the northeast at about 40 miles an hour. Back up here into East Texas again, we've got damaging winds, maybe a spin-up tornado moving out of portions of Henderson and Anderson counties into northern Cherokee and Smith County. Moore Station to Frankston, give us another 10 minutes and you'll be clear. Those of you in Noonday, Bullard, Mount Selman, to Tyler, White House, Troop, New Chapel Hill, you need to take your tornado safety precautions. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. A new tornado watch has been issued for East Texas, the Piney Woods of East Texas, and the Golden Triangle. This tornado watch runs from Tyler to Nacogdoches, Lufkin, through Port Arthur, Jasper, Marshall, Wascom. So there you go with that. Tornado watch along south of I-20 now. Oh, is that... And what I'm looking at, let me see, this may be messy. I'm looking at a circulation near Oakwood, moving towards Oakwood. The problem is we're looking 100 miles away, but all the radars are showing it, and that's a pretty strong indication of rotation just west of Oakwood. So again, that's what I'm concerned about right now. We're seeing a circulation west of Oakwood, and to be fair, we're seeing one southwest of Oakwood. So we have two out here, I believe. Now, unfortunately, we're looking at, 10,000 feet. In fact, I can tell you, we're looking at 16, hold on. It's a little messier on this view, but yeah, we're looking really high up, folks. It's just not great. So I honestly, I can't tell you what's going on in the super low levels of the storm out here because we don't have a good radar nearby to view it with. So, I mean, fact of the matter is a line of severe storms capable of producing tornadoes roughly from Highway 84 north of Oakwood down through Oakwood to Flow, down to Highway 7 now to near Centerville on Interstate 45. Fairfield, Dew, and Buffalo, you are clear. So if you're in Fairfield, Dew, and Buffalo, you're clear. And I'm going to switch this back just to try to give y'all a better situational awareness of what's going on. And
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Bossier and Caddo County in Louisiana, Harrison and Marion County in Texas. Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Anderson, Freestone, and Leon County in Texas.
okay, so they're going to go with a severe thunderstorm warning versus a tornado warning for Palestine, Tennessee Colony, and Harmony. Okay. So we have not had any recent reports of a tornado, which is good from any of these storms. That doesn't mean we don't have any. It just means, well, we're going to have to wait for damage. So damaging winds will be crossing into places like Tennessee Colony, Harmony, Tucker, up Highway 79 into Palestine, Elkhart over the next 20 to 30 minutes. We've got fast-moving thunderstorms moving from Centerville, Flow, towards Grapeland and the Crockett area. And again, these storms damaging straight-line winds, and yeah, we could have some spin-up tornadoes. The truth is, we're just too far away from the actual radars to see any super duper low level organized rotation. Because radars, the way it works, radar beams go straight out from the radars. We have a radar in Granger, we have a radar in South Fort Worth, and we have a radar in Shreveport. Radar beams go straight out while the Earth curves. Farther away you get from the radar beam, the higher up off the ground the radar beam becomes. Because radar beams go in straight lines, the Earth curves. So that's why, we're looking 100 miles away from the radar. We're looking 10,000, 15,000 feet above the ground. It's just not conducive for seeing low-level velocity signatures, especially in a squall line, which, if we have spin-up tornadoes, they're going to be typically only a few thousand feet with, well, let's do it this way. From the surface, a few thousand feet up versus, these intense supercells out by their lonesome where it's pretty easy to see signatures even, 15,000 feet up. So again, if you are in Tyler, Noonday, White House. Troop, Bullard, you're in a tornado warning. You need to take your tornado safety precautions. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We've got damaging winds, maybe a spin-up tornado moving into northern Cherokee and Smith County. So y'all go ahead and take your tornado safety precautions now. No mobile homes, no vehicles, no travel trailers. And also, we've got a flash flood warning, so please don't go in the bar ditches. They're probably full of water. That storm is going to be moving northeast at 40, should be in Tyler around 150, so in the next 10 minutes. Otherwise, we have no, tornadic storms north of I-20 right now in northeast Texas. Those are up in a cooler environment. Tyler was in a cooler environment earlier, but a warm front moved north and kind of kicked you all into the higher severe weather risk zone there at the last minute. Otherwise, we have tornado warnings from the Centerville area up to near Oakwood, and damaging winds, maybe spin-up tornadoes moving through and into Tennessee Colony. Palestine, you're about to get walloped. Tucker, next few minutes. Elkhart, and then eventually this will be moving towards Crockett and Grapeland. Y'all are under a tornado warning right now. Again, I just can't tell you exactly specifics here because we're looking at a line of storms from a radar 100 miles away, and we just don't have a good view of the low-level velocity signatures. So, unfortunately, this is going to be a case of after the fact. We're going to hear damage and probably, find out we had some spin-up tornadoes in these areas. So, with that being said, tornado warning continues until 2:15 for Smith County, northern Cherokee County. Y'all need to be in a safe place. The potential for damaging winds, heavy rain, lightning, maybe a quick spin-up tornado. We've got damaging winds and maybe some quick spin-up tornadoes approaching Palestine, Tucker, Harmony, Elkhart, all the way down to Highway 7 from Centerville, and then those storms are going to be moving east towards, Highway 287. And again, I can't be more specific just because we don't have great radar coverage and we're dealing with a squall line where these things can spin up pretty quickly. But that doesn't mean we're not having damage done with these storms. I mean, I'm sure we've got trees being knocked down. We could have buildings being damaged. The potential is certainly there for all that. Which is why we're here giving y'all updates.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Brazos, Houston, Madison, and Walker County in Texas.
So, let's talk about, let me just zoom out. I'm going to go all the way down to the the Brazos Valley. Let me just show you what we have going on. I'm going to knock this loop to the last hour, though, and just show you. San Antonio, that storm evaporated faster than my hairline. San Antonio, you're fine. Austin, I mean, y'all are fine. You still got flash flooding, but College Station, no severe, Technically, I guess not. No severe storm warnings around College Station right now. We do have thunderstorms moving in that could have quite a bit of heavy rain, probably flash flooding potential. We've got maybe some small hail, gusty winds. That activity slowly moving east-northeast. We'll keep an eye on it. Up here in eastern North Texas, we do have a line of storms capable of producing damaging straight-line winds and spin-up tornadoes, extending from near Leona to Centerville to Flo. Now, probably about 7 miles west of Grapeland. This activity is all moving east at about 45 miles an hour. A lot of strong winds being generated. Could have 60 to 70 mile an hour straight line winds and maybe some spin-up tornado potential. That extends all the way up into Palestine, where these storms are moving in now. Up here around Tyler, this should be staying, or at least if there's a tornadic circulation, I'd expect it to probably stay on the south sides of Tyler. Moore Station, Coffee City, this is all east of you now. If we have a circulation, it is going to be between Bullard and Mount Selman on Highway 69. In fact, I'll just show you. This one is a little closer to the Shreveport radar, so I can actually show you a bit of a better detail on this. Whenever the data likes to load. I'll just reset the program real quick. But again, circulation now would be just east of Highway 69 between Bullard and Mount Selman. It's not super strong. We definitely have the potential for some strong winds in Tyler right now. Could be winds over, 40, 50 miles an hour. But the circulation itself, again, it's not one of these super strong ones that we can see. It is probably approaching White House right now, moving towards Troop and ARP. So Tyler, you're probably getting some very strong winds right now, heavy rain, this circulation riding towards White House, and then eventually ARP. You can see here, bit of a push, showing some strong winds coming in on the backside of this thunderstorm. So a brief spin-up tornado, maybe some 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. This activity moving off to the east at about 45 miles an hour. So if you're in White House, ARP, New Chapel Hill, Troop, please stay in your safe places. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This storm, again, moving east pretty quickly. And we'll keep an eye on it. But again, this is not one of these cases where I think we have big, bad, very mad, long-lived tornado. We likely have damaging winds, and we might have a spin-up in the midst of that. DFW is done. No more issues for y'all outside of ongoing high water. Here in the Centerville, Buffalo area, let's take a look. Leading edge of the squall line from Palestine to Elkhart, now probably 6 miles west of Grapeland, to, let's just say about 13 miles west of Crockett, down to Centerville and Leona. Buffalo is clear. Hewitt is clear. Leona, you're not clear. Centerville, you're in the midst of it. And thank you for that generous super chat. Good gravy. Super chat, Elzurin. I appreciate that. And again, these storms are moving off to the east, mostly now at about 40 miles an hour, with the potential of damaging winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour, spin-up tornadoes, and very heavy rain that could cause flooding. At this point, we're dealing with storms that are mostly in a squall line form. We're not dealing with these semi-discrete supercells that, can go on and put tornadoes down for a long period of time, or the really big ones. What we're dealing with here right now are a lot of storms in a line, producing damaging winds, heavy rain, and occasional spin-up tornadoes. Now, that's not to detract from anything. The tornado's a tornado. If it comes down your street, it's not going to be a good day. But I just want to put some perspectives into place here and kind of provide some assurances that, we're not dealing with these, crazy long-lived tornadoes. But they're dangerous. And if they hit you, it's not going to be a good day for you. So pay attention if you're under a warning. But again, leading edge extends from Owentown to New Chapel Hill, to Troop, Jacksonville, all the way down now to Palestine, Elkhart, about 10 miles west of Crockett, all the way down to Leona on Interstate 45, or about, 7 miles west and north of Madisonville. Leading edge extends now to Bryan, Wixon Valley. Those storms are not severe right now near the Bryan College Station. They're producing a lot of lightning, some heavy rain, but not anything, tornadic or, crazy super strong winds or big hail. Back south, we're going to have to watch for, though, are any cells that develop down here west of Houston in the Interstate 10 area. These would likely be more discrete storms, and we're going to have to watch them carefully because those would have a higher risk of producing significant severe weather, including maybe some tornadoes. But for now, we're doing okie dokie. So, this is what we have right now. Northeast Texas, you're doing okay. We've got rain. Rain has exited DFW to the east. DFW is done. Northeast Texas and the Arklatex, you've got rain. Some of these storms are producing maybe some small hail, gusty winds, a lot of heavy rain and lightning. Those of you in Tyler, technically, you're now, Tyler's mostly out of the tornado warning. And again, we're dealing with a lot of damaging winds out here and maybe some spin-up tornadoes. If we had a tornado with this, I really do think right now it would be closer to White House than Tyler. And again, that's just, a brief spin-up. But damaging winds, yes. That's for sure. You can also see we're getting some storm reports. That's from earlier, though. And then this leading edge of this line extends all the way down. Jacksonville, maybe some strong winds. So if you're in White House and Troop, New Chapel Hill, go ahead and stay in your safe places for now. Give us another 5 to 10 minutes and we'll get you out. Tyler, you're doing a lot better right now. So Tyler, give us just, 5 more minutes and you'll be clear. But really most of the city of Tyler is already good to go. In terms of any tornado issues. It's still windy, it's still raining, but Palestine, if we have something, it is very near town right now. We could have some very strong winds, and there may, I can't completely rule out a spin-up tornado. Again, the closest radars out here are Shreveport or South Fort Worth. So we're looking 100 miles away, and we just do not have a good view in terms of what's going on, the low levels of this storm. So, y'all be safe. But you've probably got some pretty nasty wind coming in from the west right now. Elkhart, your time is almost here too. Y'all are going to have something coming in from the west in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Grapeland, technically you're under a tornado warning. This is going to be more of a damaging straight line wind situation, but yeah, we could see spin-up tornadoes in places like Grapeland. Buffalo, Hewitt, Marquez, you're clear. Franklin, you're clear. Hearn, you're clear. So, severe thunderstorm warning all the way down through, Madisonville, Midway, Estonio, Cut, Weldon, Lovelady, up into Crockett. Y'all are under a severe thunderstorm warning. The potential for damaging winds producing large hail, well, not even really large hail, small hail. Damaging winds and heavy rainfall. And that's what we're going to be watching with that. All right. So again, this is more of we're dealing with a pretty nasty line of storm situation moving into parts of East Texas. Yes, they do have spin-up tornado potential and damaging winds, but we're not seeing anything that screams, uh-oh, spaghetti-o. Now, unfortunately, that's probably because the closest radar is 100 miles away, and the lowest we can see is, 10,000 feet above the ground, which is above where we'd be looking for any of this. So, Bryan College Station, the good news is these storms around y'all right now are not producing big hail, not producing severe level winds, which are 58 miles an hour higher, and not tornadoes. But we'll keep an eye on it. Flooding? Yeah, we're going to have some flooding issues, probably. So. But let's go back up to East Texas. Actually, yeah, let's do that. And for what it's worth, if you're behind this line of storms, so places like Austin, Waco, Mahia, Corsicana, DFW, you're done. If you're behind this line, San Antonio, even y'all are probably done. Those storms coming in have weakened. So it's probably going to be off to your east now. Houston, we're going to have to watch going into the afternoon and evening for some new storms that do try to develop. All right. So I'm going to pause this. We're going to switch back to the high-res radar. If I can stop drawing like a toddler. I do want to thank you all for joining us this afternoon. My name's David Reimer. I'm Baldy-in-Chief here at Texas Storm Chasers. I'll give you a guess as to why we might be calling myself Baldy. We're watching severe storms moving across parts of the Brazos Valley in East Texas this afternoon, bringing instances of damaging winds, heavy rain, flooding, and spin-up tornadoes. Okay, Tyler, you're clear. Tyler, you're clear. Bullard, you're clear. Noonday, you're clear. Troop up to New Chapel Hill. When's this tornado warning expire? 2:15. The worst is arriving in y'all's area now. New Chapel Hill to ARP, down 135. Is that what that says? 135 or 125 to Troop. Worst is coming in over the next 5 minutes. Damaging winds, maybe a spin-up tornado. There's nothing that is screaming spin-up. I mean, there's nothing that screams we have a tornado down right now. But, again, this is going to be some nasty wind, some nasty rain, a lot of lightning. We got rain across, Kilgore, Longview, Marshall. A lot of rain, a lot of lightning, and probably some gusty winds. Jacksonville, worst is coming in now. A lot of wind with y'all. Palestine, seeing a pretty strong indication of wind with y'all's activity moving through town. Tornado warning for Houston County has been canceled. That severe thunderstorm warning continues. And all these storms are going to keep moving east. Now, let me switch back to this. So again, Palestine, we got winds moving through. Elkhart, same thing. Buffalo, you're clear. Oakwood, you're clear. Grapeland down to Crockett, you've got storms coming in. Midway to Madisonville, you're going to have storms coming in over the next 30 minutes. This line of storms will produce heavy rain with flash flooding, strong winds that could bring down trees and power lines, and maybe some small hail. Today doesn't seem to be a big hail day right now because we're dealing with a squall line. Southwest of Interstate 45, heading down Highway 190 through the Wixon Valley from Madisonville down to Bryan, College Station, Caldwell down Highway 21. We have thunderstorms moving off to the northeast with quite a bit of lightning, heavy rain, maybe some gusty winds, and pea-sized hail. At this point, these storms are not severe, but they will likely have a flooding threat. And then we're starting to see some new storm development now on Interstate 10 from Luling through Flatonia all the way west of Houston. And we're going to be watching these areas for the potential of a couple of isolated severe storms to develop over the next several hours.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cherokee, Nacogdoches, and Rusk County in Texas.
Tornado warning for Leon and Houston counties has been canceled, so we have the severe storm near Troop and New Chapel Hill that might produce a spin-up tornado. Otherwise, no tornado warnings. So let's take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model real quick and glance at what we're expecting for the rest of today. And I'll clean this up as well so we can see some city labels. And then we'll do some more live coverage just to keep a glance of what's going on. If y'all want to keep an eye on the sky, you can do that with the free Texas Storm Chasers Interactive Weather Radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. If you're looking for an all-in-one solution, you can download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device or scan that QR code above my lovely head.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Milam and Robertson County in Texas.
All right, new flash flood warning for Milam and Robertson County. And this is the high-res rapid refresh model. I'm simply showing you this to say, guess what, DFW, it's done. Now, we may see a few storms later this afternoon in West Texas. We're going to have to watch for maybe a spin-up tornado out of that. Otherwise, main activity across East Texas, Southeast Texas the next several hours. It'll be mostly done in East Texas by 8 p.m., Southeast Texas, the Upper Texas Gulf Coast, the Golden Triangle, Coastal Plains. It's going to be mostly a this evening thing. You can see storms will continue into the evening hours, and we could see new storm development after midnight along the coast into South Texas, the Rio Grande Plains, the Coastal Bend. We may even see some storms moving from Mexico. And some of those could be strong to severe with large hail, maybe some localized damaging winds, a lot of lightning, heavy rain. So we just need to get through about the next, 4 to 5 hours, and we'll be in much better shape. And again, we're not doing too bad right now. We do have a pretty gnarly line of storms moving from west to east with heavy rain, lightning, strong winds, small hail, and the occasional spin-up tornado. But the overall tornado threat, we're doing better than we could be doing. We could be dealing with individual discrete storms, but these storms have grown into a squall line, which is helping to keep the tornado threat lower.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cherokee, Gray, Harrison.
You can hear they just issued a partridge in a pear tree. Quite a bit of counties now in East Texas under severe thunderstorm warnings. That tornado warning, look, Tyler, you're clear. I don't know why that tornado warning's still there, but we're probably doing okay with it. I'll take a look on my side real quick. Let's get this loop going. Turn off satellite. You know what? Yeah. New Chapel Hill, you're clear. Troop, I think Troop's okay. ARP, you're under the threat now, some damaging winds. Rain is mostly ended west of I-35.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Lee and Williamson County in Texas.
A flash flood warning for Lee and Williamson counties. And you can see severe storm warnings now. Longview, Lakeport, Tatum, Durgan, Henderson, damaging straight line winds up to 70 miles an hour with these storms, maybe some spin-up tornadoes. Same thing goes, Cherokee County, so Jacksonville, Rusk, Reclaw, Alto, Wells. Guess what? These storms moving east with some damaging winds, heavy rain, maybe a brief spin-up tornado. And Palestine, you're clear. Oakwood, you're clear. Tucker, you're clear. Buffalo, you're clear. Centerville, you're clear. But remember, all the rain that's falling, it's going to take several hours for roads to clear and all that. White House, you're clear. Bryan College Station, you know what? We've got storms moving in with flash flooding, heavy rain. So what we're going to do is we are going to take a, you know what, we'll wait. We'll wait for that tornado warning to officially expire, but I am going to take a quick break when that happens. You'll still have music, all that. When the stream's not ending, I'm just going to stand up, fill my water cup, and, walk around for a few minutes. So, technically, a tornado warning continues for another few minutes for Smith County. Look, I'll be honest, storm's already almost out of that warning. There is a weak circulation near ARP with damaging winds, but it doesn't really look tornadic to me. So, Tyler, you're clear. White House, Flint, Bullard, Noonday, you're clear. Flash flooding, yes. ARP, I mean, you're technically not even in the tornado warning, so you've got damaging winds coming in, that's for sure. Y'all in ARP there at the intersection of Highway 64 and 135 could definitely have some winds over 60 miles an hour. But the good news is, really, we are about to have no tornado warnings. So, let's do this. I'm going to take a 7-minute break, and we're going to have continuing severe weather coverage here at 2:15 p.m., about 7 minutes. If something happens, we'll be back right before then, but with no, well, we're about to have no tornado warnings. I'm going to take a quick break, get some liquid IV, and we'll continue with our severe weather coverage in just a couple of minutes. All right, howdy, y'all. It is 2:15 here on the 6th of May, 2025. Thanks for staying with us. I'm Texas Storm Chasers, Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. Cheese sticks have been ingested. Tornado warnings are gone. We have severe thunderstorm warnings, but no tornado warnings. We have flash flood warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, but no tornado warnings. So we're doing better than we were earlier when we had like 4 tornado warnings. What we're going to do here is we're going to talk you through what's going on now, and then we're going to take a look at some of the storms in higher detail, and then we'll take a look at what we expect for the remainder of this afternoon into tonight. Good news, if you're in Austin, it's over. DFW, it's over. San Antonio, it's over. Houston, we're going to have to watch you going into the evening hours. You're going to have some activity in your area. Bryan College Station, well, you're not really doing much in the way of severe storms right now, but you definitely do have a lot of heavy rain and flooding moving in. Things are about to get pretty dicey around Bryan and College Station with flash flooding potential. We've got thunderstorms moving across East Texas into the piney woods that are producing damaging winds and, at times, some spin-up tornado issues. We don't have any discrete storms right now we're dealing with that are severe. Remember, earlier we started out with some pretty gnarly discrete storms that went on to go tornadic, but at this point, everything has evolved up into a squall line, which reduces the threat of some longer-lived tornadic activity, but increases the threat for some heavy rain and flooding, along with some of those damaging outflow winds from thunderstorms. So, Northeast Texas, north of Interstate 20, mostly, is doing okay. We've got some heavy rain. We've got some lightning from DeKalb to Boston, Texarkana, Domino, Atlanta, Linden, Douglasville. Y'all are getting pelted with lightning strikes right now. Same thing for Marshall and Jefferson, but it's just rain in these areas. Sulphur Springs to Mount Pleasant, Clarksville, Paris, Texarkana, temperatures right around 60 degrees, maybe a few degrees lower, with moderate to heavy rain. Not a great time to be traveling, but other than that, no hail, no crazy wind. Can't say the same for those of you on I-20 near Longview to Marshall, Lakeport, Kilgore, down to Henderson over the next 30 to 60 minutes, as this line of storms is moving off to the east with some pretty heavy rain, stronger winds, and small hail. At times, there have been some small circulations with these storms, but again, nothing that is screaming, I'm going to drop a tornado on your head right now. Could that change? Yes. So let's take a look. Again, we do have a few very weak circulations here, but more than that, we're just seeing damaging wind, especially here. Overton, you've got a pretty strong storm. Could have winds around 60 miles an hour in places like Overton and New London right now. That's moving towards Highway 259 between Kilgore and Henderson. That'll continue moving east towards Tatum, Lakeport, Easton, Darko, Carthage, eventually places like Longview, Hallsville, and Marshall. And then our favorite places that we talk about way too often, DeBary and Wascom, where you have the Sonic. So, beyond that, well, guess what? Let's just keep on going down the line. We've got a line of severe storms from near Gallatin to Rusk, west of Alto. These storms, as we switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode, guess what? We're seeing some pretty strong winds too. We could have winds of, 40, 50, even 60, maybe 70 miles an hour. Definitely strong enough here to knock some trees down, cause power outages. If those trees fall on roads, the roads are going to be blocked. If those trees fall on, stuff like cars or houses, we're definitely going to have problems. So expect some damaging westerly winds coming into places like Rusk, Reclaw, Alto, Littlebert, and eventually this is going to make it to Laneville, Brakefield, Mount Enterprise, Appleby, Garrison, Tipson, Nacogdoches, Tenaha Center, Newville, Logansport, Huxley, Patroon, Gary City, Carthage, and, pretty much the Toledo Bend Reservoir out here, as this line will continue moving off to the east at about 50 miles per hour. Further south we go, where we'll end up, probably in the Brazos Valley, but let's just pretend we don't know. All right, from here, we've got leading edge of this nasty line, bringing heavy rain, strong winds, maybe some small hail to Grapeland, to Crockett. No tornado warnings anymore. We're doing a lot better. And again, the potential for some of these storms to produce winds of maybe 60 miles an hour. Crockett, Estonio, Lovelady, Grapeland. That line moving east at about 35. Now, we will have to keep an eye on some of these little showers out ahead of the line. Tips in down to Martinsville, Melrose, east of Nacogdoches, just in case these try to do anything mischievous in the spinny doom land, but we're not seeing anything that would even remotely suggest that's happening right now. So we'll keep an eye on it, don't you worry. Back into the Brazos Valley we go. Where we'll end up, well, maybe Baldy knows. Here we go. You can see we've got rain on Highway 190. Storms approaching Madisonville. We've got activity in Bryan, moving into College Station, down through Caldwell. This activity is actually moving northeast. I'll go ahead and loop this for you. And you'll see it's moving east-northeast with very heavy rain, a copious amount of cloud-to-ground lightning, or a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, gusty winds, maybe 40, 50 miles an hour, and very heavy rainfall.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Houston, Trinity, and Walker County in Texas.
Okay, that's interesting. So the Weather Service has just issued a severe thunderstorm warning for these storms up here near Crockett as they continue to move southeast. That's what that was about. So Groveton, Centralia, Apple Springs, Vare, Kennard, Friday, Lovelady Cut, you're now under a severe thunderstorm warning. And that line continues to move east at 40 miles an hour. Back in the Brazos Valley, guess what? These storms are not severe right now, producing maybe some gusty winds, heavy rain, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning as they move off to the northeast at about 30 miles an hour. We're going to have to watch for is if any of this activity down here developing east of San Antonio and south of, woo, Mama May, south of Highway 290 is going to organize into supercells, discrete intense storms. If they do, the potential for tornadoes will increase along with severe weather, well, obviously, but right now we're not seeing that. But notice they are slowly intensifying, so we'll keep an eye on them just in case. If they do go rowdy, we'll be here to cover them, that's for sure. But we do expect storms in the Houston metro going into this evening. All right, let's zoom out. We're going to take a peek at the high-resolution rapid refresh model, and that'll give us a timeline going into tonight, just for those of you wanting that timeline. We can give you that. I'll load this up from 4 p.m. through tomorrow morning. Let the animation load real quick. And here you go. You could see, first off, we may actually see a few severe storms out here in the Panhandle, West Texas this afternoon with some hail, maybe a brief tornado. But otherwise, our main show will continue. East Texas, Southeast Texas. We should be done by hopefully 6 to 7 p.m. in East Texas and in areas north of Interstate 10. Going into Southeast Texas, south of I-10, you can see we might have some storms continue there into the Beaumont region of the Golden Triangle into the evening hours, and then overnight, it looks like we're going to see new storms fire up across South Texas, northern Mexico, moving into the Rio Grande Plains, South Texas, the Coastal Bend, the Coastal Plains, and the lower and middle Texas Gulf Coast regions, maybe even up towards the upper Texas Gulf Coast, you know, Bay City, El Campo, Angleton, Victoria, Galveston, maybe even parts of Houston, Fort Bend County, and that activity will continue to move off to the east heading into tomorrow morning, but some of those storms could be severe with large hail and damaging wind gusts along with heavy rain. So, back to the real-time radar we go at 2:25, and again, the good news is we have no tornado warnings. We have a line of rowdy thunderstorms moving from west to east at about 50 miles an hour with the potential of damaging winds, heavy rain that could result in flooding, along with small hail, frequent cloud-to-ground lightning. the threat of a brief tornado certainly exists with this line of storms. And if we have any discrete storms fire up, across East Texas or Southeast Texas this afternoon, the threat of tornadoes would probably go back up. But for now, since these storms are in a line, we're doing pretty well. We're going to go ahead and, since we have no tornado warnings, we're just going to be doing these occasional updates. We're going to give you updates about every 20 minutes. We'll come on here, tell you what's going on, take a deeper look at things, and then take a nowcast look at the overnight forecast. And otherwise, we'll let y'all enjoy some of the music, enjoy the radar stream, and we'll be back here at 2:40 p.m. sooner if things go awry, and we'll continue to bring you the latest Texas severe weather updates. You can always get your Texas weather forecast from the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. That's in the Apple Store, Google Play Store, wherever it may be. You can also scan that QR code above my big bald head. And of course, you can find our interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. We're hearing of wind damage in Frankston. We've got trees on homes in Frankston. We've got damage in Buffalo, multiple trees down on FM 344. And that's with that nasty storm that was tornado warned earlier in portions of Anderson, Smith, and Crockett counties. No tornado warnings now. We'll be back immediately if we have any new tornado warnings issued. Otherwise, we'll be back here at 2:40 p.m. Central Time, 13 minutes from now, sooner if necessary, with your latest Texas severe weather information. was a nice break while it lasted. See, told you we'd be back if something happened, and guess what? It did. We've got a new tornado warning now. This is going to be for Leon County in North Texas. This is going to be for this little edge right here. Let me see which radar is closest. Stand by. And we'll take a closer look in a second. It's probably going to be the Granger radar, which we should be on. We are. So let me see why we have this. This is going to be a tornado warning for far southeastern Leon County until 3 p.m. It's going to be for a possible tornado about 8 miles southeast of the Fort Boggy State Park, 8 or 9 miles north of Madisonville, moving east at 45. Let me see why. We're going to switch over to the velocity mode, and okay, I don't see it. Now, if they have access to the radar, the private radar out of College Station, they might see something we can't from this distance. There's a A&M got a private radar installed by a commercial company last summer. They had an old radar from the 60s up on top of their biggest or tallest building there in College Station. That was a big old thing. They replaced it with a private radar through a commercial vendor. So that data is private, and we don't have access to it because that would probably be a abhorrently large check.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Gregg, Harrison, Panola, and Rusk County in Texas.
So I'll just say this is a tornado warning area southeast of Leon. It includes mile marker 152 and 153 on Interstate 45. In all likelihood, whatever's there is east of the interstate now. So this is going to be a very small tornado warning for a very small section of southeastern Leon County. This is going to be moving towards Houston County. We'll see if they extend the tornado warning out there. But again, in all likelihood, one of those quick little spin-up tornadoes. So we'll go ahead. We'll be back here in about 7 minutes with continuing severe weather coverage as we continue to monitor storms here in the state of Texas. Just wanted to get that info to y'all. right, hi y'all. It's back about a minute early. Coming up to 2:40 p.m. the 6th of May 2025. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. We do have a very small tornado warning that is in effect for southeastern Leon County. This is a very small tornado warning in rural sections of Leon County. It's going to be like for a few county roads. That's how small. Whatever source was utilized for this, it may have been a private commercial radar out of College Station. We don't have access to that. They got a new commercial radar at A&M last year, replaced their old public radar from the 60s. We don't have access to that private data. That's proprietary commercial data. We just don't have access to it. We don't have the funds to buy that kind of stuff. But that might have been used. That would have given a better low-level look at what could have been a spin-up tornado. Either way, we don't have access to that. So that's the only tornado warning we have in the state right now. We're going to go from south to north. We'll take a look at what's going on. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued for Bryan and College Station, Wixon Valley, Wellborn, and Kyle Field.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Brazos and Burleson County in Texas.
So that's the new severe thunderstorm warning, and that's going to be for a severe thunderstorm located over College Station, moving northeast at 40, the potential for quarter-size hail. Wind gust over 60 miles an hour, and again, yeah, we are seeing a bit of a hail core here in Bryan and College Station. So this storm's going to be moving northeast, probably bringing some very heavy rain and possible flooding to College Station and Bryan as well over the next 20 to 30 minutes. Additional storms coming in from Burleson County, so heads up. College Station, you may end up under one of these training thunderstorm bands that ends up producing quite a bit of heavy rain. We'll keep an eye on it, though. We're going to keep an eye on that storm down from Snook to Somerville as well as it moves northeast.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Houston, Madison, and Trinity County in Texas.
Otherwise, we are going to keep watching these individual thunderstorms back down here on Interstate 10 into southeast Texas just to make sure none of these tries to spin up into a little discrete supercell. At this point, they're not, but we'll have to keep an eye on them just in case. They're going to be moving northeast at about 30 miles an hour with some heavy rain, lightning, small hail. If they intensify, they'll produce bigger hail, stronger winds, and we'd watch for that. But at this point, we're not doing too shabby. All right, let's go back up into the magical land of the piney woods of East Texas. The Toledo Bend Reservoir area. Now, real quick. I just want to make sure we didn't have something going on with these cells developing out from Tenahall to center ahead of this line. You can see we've got a pretty gnarly looking line of storms now extending from Longview down to Lakeport, just west of Tatum to Henderson. Tyler, you're clear. Overton, you're clear. White House, Ballard, Troop, Jacksonville, you're clear. You've got flash flood warnings, but you're clear. Let me try that again without being a distracted Baldy. Longview to Lakeport, west of Tatum. Henderson, Cushing, Alto. Line of storms moving east at about 40 miles an hour. The potential for localized wind gusts of 60 to 70 miles per hour. Heavy rain. And we can't totally rule out a spin-up tornado. Same thing goes up here as well. We'll take a look. In fact, you can see a pretty good surge of straight-line winds now. Southeast of Longview. Moving into Tatum, Easton. We could have winds gusting over 60 miles an hour. So that would definitely knock some trees down. Would likely result in some very heavy rain. Thank you, Lufkin Follower, for that merch order and generous donation. We appreciate it. Enjoy your Texas Storm Chasers merch. And if y'all want Texas Storm Chasers merch, go check it out in our store, texasstormchasers.store in our web browser. We'll be adding more stuff to that this week now that the weather's going to be calming down after today. So again, Tatum to Darko, heads up. You've probably got some 60-mile-an-hour winds coming in from the west over the next 5 minutes. Back southwest, you can see we've got some strong winds as well on Highway 84 between Reclaw and Mount Enterprise, on Highway 259 southeast of Henderson, moving towards Mount Enterprise, and this whole line is moving east at about 45 to 50. So, you know what, let's do this. Because I love getting to play with buttons I don't always get to play with. Let's make one of those super cool storm tracks. So, here we go. To be a nerd. Hold on, I messed up. Here we go. To be a nerd. Yeah, I know, I draw like a butthead. Alright, so here we go. 45 miles an hour. You can see this will be in Jefferson about 3:10 p.m. Marshall, about 3 p.m. Tatum, well, about now. This will be in Wascom, around 3:15 p.m. Beckville, about 2:55 to 3 p.m.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Houston and Trinity County in Texas.
About 3:05 in Carthage, 3:10 in Gary City, Tenaha, 3:20 to 3:25, 3:15 in Tipson, 3:30 in Center, 3:05 to 3:10 in Garrison, Mount Enterprise in the next 10 minutes, Appleby, 3 to 3:05, Nacogdoches, about 3 p.m., and then down here, just north of Lufkin to around Lufkin, about 3:10 to 3:20 p.m. this afternoon. All right, so that's the timeline on that line of storms moving east. You can see as we go back down into the magical land of the eastern Brazos Valley. Let me see which radar is closest to this storm. We had a tornado warning on it briefly in Leon County. That is expired because, well, yeah. So let us smile and wave and say hooray. It's time to switch to the Granger radar. Is it up? Is it running? Has it crashed? It has not. You can see this storm's going to be moving off to the east, across portions of Madison, Houston, and Trinity counties. Moving east at, does that say 60? I don't think it's moving at 60, but moving east pretty darn quick. It's going to be moving across Highway 21 from Midway up to Crockett, 19 from Crockett to Lovelady, and then 287 from Crockett all the way down to Groveton. Oh, and Highway 7 west of Crockett now, and then east of Kennard in the next 20 minutes. This thunderstorm showing some pretty good winds with it. That was about a radar. That was about a rainbow color display. So we could have maybe some small hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. That could knock some trees down and cause power outages. Back into the Brazos Valley once again. Line of storms with maybe some nickel to quarter size hail. Heavy rain down Highway 190 from Madisonville down through Wixon Valley, Bryan, College Station, then down to Snook, north of Somerville. These storms.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Gregg, Harrison, Panola, and Rusk County in Texas.
Moving northeast at about, this thing says about 50 miles an hour. So is the warning. So these storms are booking it northeast at 50. So we'll keep a close eye on those. And that is the southwesternmost severe thunderstorm we're dealing with. Now, what we're going to have to watch are some of these discrete storms firing up in southeast Texas. There's nothing going on right now, but there is concern if those develop and organize, we could see a slight uptick in the tornado threat with these discrete cells down here over the next couple of hours. Otherwise, if it's just this line coming in from the west, spin up tornadoes, damaging winds, heavy rain galore, and, well, all this activity is going to shift into Louisiana, let's do it this way. East Texas, the piney woods of East Texas, to Toledo Bend Reservoir, into the Brazos Valley, then southeast Texas, the Golden Triangle, dinner time this evening, and then overnight, storm chances highest the Rio Grande Plains, the Coastal Bend, the Coastal Plains, the Upper Texas Gulf Coast, into the Rio Grande Valley. So, here's what we're going to do. We are going to come back here at 3 p.m. We're going to do a full weather briefing. We'll talk about what's going on now regionally. We'll talk about some storm-specific stuff. We'll take a look at storm chances in West Texas and the Panhandle going into late this afternoon. And then we will take a look at the overnight forecast for storm chances moving into South Texas as well. So we'll do that here in about 10 minutes, 3 p.m. We'll be back sooner if necessary. As always, we appreciate Everybody joining us this afternoon, you can always get some Texas Storm Chasers merch in the Texas Storm Chasers store. Just search for Texas Storm or TexasStormChasers.store in a web browser. Free mobile app, you can find that. Just scan the QR code above my head or search for Texas Storm Chasers, or you download apps for your device. Interactive weather radar on our website, TexasStormChasers.com/radar. We'll be back in 10 minutes with your next Texas weather update, sooner if conditions warrant. We'll see you again shortly. Enjoy the music. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-ay. Baldy is back and talking in the third person. Just wait till I get some caffeine in me. Bad things are gonna happen and then I'll be banned. But hey, guess what? It's time for our next update here on Texas Storm Chasers. I'm Texas Storm Chasers, over-caffeinated and clearly overstimulated David Reimer. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. We've been live now about 4 hours with continuous to almost continuous severe weather coverage, bringing you the latest updates in the realm of Texas Mama Nature temper tantrumvilles. Let's go ahead and take a look. We're going to start off with what's going on right now, and then we'll take a look at what's going to happen later. Statewide view. By the way, we're going to have a few storms out in West Texas in the Panhandle that could produce brief tornadoes and maybe some hail later. But for now, let's start off with I-20 up here in the magical land of East Texas, where if you're storm chasing, you're going to have to try to look through 100-foot tall trees. It's not an enjoyable process. Very beautiful area, but not a great and fun area to chase. Leading edge of line of severe storms from Nesbitt to Marshall down Highway 59. Noticing a little bit of a rotational signature developing here between Marshall and Nesbitt using the which way the wind's blowing mode. And those of you who have followed us for a while, when dealing with squall lines, if you have a north to south oriented wind shift line, like right here, south of Marshall, notice how we're almost north to south. Strong straight line winds for sure, but that's not really a super duper scary rotational signature. Notice how the line goes, or that convergence axis goes from vertical up down to almost horizontal left right. We're going to have to keep an eye on that just in case we see a bit of a circulation try to spin up near Nesbitt. That could happen up here, and if that happens, the Weather Service may throw a tornado warning on this storm. Keeping a close eye on a storm now near east of Tenaha. It's one of those storms that's out by its lonesome just ahead of the squall line, but I don't think it's going to be able to do much before it gets out of Texas. And what is that? A new severe thunderstorm warning.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Brazos, Burleson, and Washington County in Texas.
Oh no! We'll talk about that in just a moment as we go south. But again, could have winds over 60 miles an hour up here from Nesbitt to Marshall down Highway 59. In fact, looking at the which way the wind's blowing mode, you can see we're seeing some wind gusts over 60 miles an hour showing up with these storms crossing Highway 59. South of Interstate 20 on 59, north of Carthage. We're seeing some really strong winds aloft right now with this line segment coming into Carthage. So Carthage, y'all may have issues here with some nasty winds coming in from the west. And then we're about to get a radar scan update here. I just want to see what that is going to show. Coming into this area. Hey, radar. Let's update.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Caddo and DeSoto County in Louisiana, Nacogdoches, Panola, and Shelby County in Texas.
Yeah, we might be starting to see a little bit of an increased tornado threat developing east of Highway 59, approaching Wascom, Scottsville. This stinking thing, there you go. You can see that update. And I was just talking about we want that north-south orientation. Well, check this out. We're starting to get that little S-curve here. And we might see a circulation spin up southeast of Marshall. And maybe, if that keeps doing that, we're probably going to get a tornado warning for eastern Harrison County soon for places like Scottsville, Wascom, and Leah. So we're going to need to watch that carefully. We could see a tornado spin up there in the next 10 minutes. We'll watch it carefully. It'll be out of Texas soon, but y'all out there know every time we get one of these things near the Louisiana border, they start dropping tornadoes for some reason. Sometimes they wait till they're a mile inside Louisiana. Other times they start right around that Wascom to DeBerry area. I don't know what y'all have out there that makes Mother Nature so angry, but you need to stop it because y'all keep trying to get hit by tornadoes, and yeah. All right, so now that we have the magical rainbow mode of doom on there, let's switch back. You can see Carthage, guess what? You've got some nasty storms rolling through. The which way the wind is blowing mode indicates clearly we have some wind gust over 70 miles an hour coming into Carthage right now. So heads up to y'all. Let's press that button. Let's press that button. And yeah, I would not be shocked if we get a tornado warning here for Scottsville, Leah, and Wascom in just a minute. Let's go down here. Keeping an eye on this storm east of Tenaha, moving towards the north side of Toledo Bend Reservoir. It's kind of out by its lonesome, shooting off a lot of lightning, and has a little bit of an inflow notch. So we're going to watch that with interest. Otherwise, leading edge of this line extends from the Tipson, Garrison, Appleby, Nacogdoches line. And again, there could be some wind gusts over 70 miles per hour, which will knock down trees, cause wind damage, and all that very unfortunate stuff that tends to ruin a lot of people's days if you don't have power, or you have a tree that falls and blocks your driveway road, or knocks out your power lines. So, back southwest we go. We'll switch to the Granger radar and hope that it hasn't crashed. So, we've got a pretty nasty-looking line of storms over Crockett, down to Midway, Lovelady, Madisonville, Bryan, College Station. It is pouring, it is storming, and Mama Nature says you're going to flood. Could have some nickel to quarter-size hail with these storms as they move east-northeast at about 50 to 60 miles an hour. Now, notice, these storms individually are moving quick, but they're kind of moving like a train on train tracks where they're moving over the same areas. They're not making a lot of southeastward progress yet. So we're going to have to be mindful of that, and also keep in mind that the threat of flooding most definitely is going to exist there with this activity from Bryan, College Station all the way up Highway 190 through Madisonville to Crockett. So keep that in mind. I think we do have a developing tornado coming up on Interstate 20. This is going to be probably about 3 miles south of Scottsville. It's going to cross I-20 probably about 5 to 6 miles east of Highway 59 and Interstate 20. That storm is really trying to do something wonky here. So those of you in Scottsville, Wascom, Leah, I'd go ahead and take your tornado safety precautions. We don't have a tornado warning yet, but my concern level is increasing with that storm. So let's get through this real quick, so just in case we need to fly back up there. You can see we've got some storms developing now. This almost got struck by lightning. That was pretty rude. Line of storms extending from Smithville to Walder, Lulling, down to Nixon. Those are moving northeast. Those may start producing a wee bit of hail. We'll watch them carefully. They're not moving as quickly as storms farther north. So, otherwise, Houston, you're all good for now, but you will have storms in your area later. All right, I did say we were going to take a look at what was going to happen this evening, and we are, but I want to go back to this first because I don't like what's going on up here. See how this thunderstorm, the leading edge, really continues to go instead of, being north-south oriented like that. Instead, we're getting this S-kink. Oops. This S-kink, I don't like that. And you can see on the which way the wind is blowing mode how we're getting some enhanced damaging winds. But we're also starting to see a bit of a rotational signature develop out here. So we need to watch this real carefully. Marshall, especially southeast sides of town, you're probably getting winds over 60. It's probably knocking down trees. Tornado watch for southeast Texas has been extended until 6 p.m. Was going to go at 4, now it's 6. So again, let's keep a close eye on this little thing coming up to I-20. I'm going to even get some roads on here. And we're just going to watch this together. Just you, I, and our little family of weather people that are all gathered on this stream, plus a few thousand of y'all wanting to know if you're going to get hit with weather. So again, this is going to be Interstate 20. You've got Highway 80. This is crossing Brad Span Road. This is going to be coming up. Once it gets north of I-20, it's going to be approaching Scottsville. Yeah, I really do think we have something here. Let me go back to the how hard it's raining mode. That thing's curling, queuing up. I really do think we probably have a tornado developing here on Interstate 20. About to cross I-20, about 5 miles east of Highway 259, or excuse me, Highway 59 in Interstate 20. Scottsville. Yeah, Scottsville. Look, I'll be honest. We don't issue tornado warnings. I'm not that smart, but I do think we have a tornado about to drop here on I-20, 5 miles east of Highway 59 and I-20. This is moving north-northeast, where it'll probably pass just east of Scottsville. Back to the how hard it's raining mode. And you'll see in just a second that thing is going to curly Q up. There you go. See how that's curling up now? So, look, that's your hook. So, I mean, this is clearly a circulation that is trying to produce a brief spin-up tornado here. I'm not saying we're going to have a big, bad, very mad tornado out of this, but I do think we're probably getting close to having a tornado develop. We have winds moving towards the radar at about 60 miles an hour. Those could be straight-line winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour, but we also have winds moving away at 50. So 110-mile-an-hour area of rotation here. So, with that being said, you can see we might get a quick spin-up tornado here. It's going to be approaching Scottsville, about 5 miles east of Highway 59 and on Interstate 20. This will make it north of Interstate 20 in just a couple minutes, but until then, those of you, heads up, this is going to be crossing about 4 miles or so, 3 to 4 miles west of where Highway 80 and I-20 split off. And I'll switch us back over to the which way the wind is blowing mode, and we'll get an update here, and you can see that circulation continues right in this general area right there. We've got winds moving away from the radar, honestly, probably about 30 to 40. We've got winds moving towards the radar at about 35. Now, this is what we call storm relative velocity. It takes into account the motion of the storm. It's easier to see rotation this way, but I can use the base velocity mode, which shows, well, no adjustment, but is better for straight line winds. You can see we've got winds 60 miles an hour with this storm. And by the way, those strong winds, we're seeing a very strong surge of winds riding up Highway 79 to DeBerry right now. Yes, I'm using my pre-drawn circle so I don't have to go make a new one. So this line, DeBerry, you could get winds of hurricane force coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. This thing's producing nasty wind. It's probably about to do some nasty stuff into Caddo Parish, Louisiana. But, again, could see a quick spin-up tornado near Scottsville out in far eastern Harrison County, with the potential of damaging maybe hurricane force straight-line winds northeast of Carthage now, riding up Highway 79 towards DeBerry. So again, that is some nasty looking wind with that thunderstorm. And we're going to keep an eye on it. We're going to get a radar scan update in just a second. We'll go ahead. I'm going to switch back over to the how hard it's raining mode. And we're going to keep a close eye on what's going on. So again, can't rule out a quick spin-up tornado approaching Scottsville. That is going to be now up on Highway 80 north of Interstate 20. It's the how hard it's raining mode. Again, you can see that's a pretty well-defined little baby hook on here. This thing you can see going like that with a pretty strong surge of wind. Switch back over to the velocity mode. And again, this is what we're looking for here, this horizontal axis of confluence or convergence, which tends to result in this thing trying to spin up, which is why we're carefully monitoring it. But also, we've got real nasty winds showing up on Highway 79. Again, we're seeing winds over 70 miles an hour here, and these are getting pretty close to the radar. We're not looking 10,000 feet up anymore. We're looking, 1,000 feet up. So damaging winds moving into DeBerry. All right, so with that in mind, we're going to take one quick look at this new severe warning down the Brazos Valley. Then we'll take a look at the forecast for this evening, because I promised y'all that a while ago. Again, I think that is the storm down here. No, is that the one in Bryan College Station? Which one did they put it on? So again, severe storm, College Station up northeast to Iola, North Zolch, moving east. Well, the storm itself is moving northeast at 50, so that makes sense. Quarter-size hail, winds over 60. We're going to have to watch it for rotation. Crockett, you're getting walloped right now by a storm with probably some nickel to quarter-size hail, very heavy rain, winds over 60. No tornado warning with this, but again, that's going to move towards Nacogdoches, Lufkin, etc. All right, before something else happens, let's look at the HRRR. Let's change the upper third, and I'm going to end up zooming out to the statewide view. We're going to show you what we are expecting going into this evening. So we're going to press that. I'm going to press that. And we're just going to run this from 4 p.m. through 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. I'll let this animation load real quick. And real quick as well, get some. Thanks for that super chat. Appreciate it. That was a little earlier. And Carlund, thank you for that super chat. That was very kind of you as well. All right, so let's press some buttons. Again, this is the timeline for this evening. You can see most of this stuff will be out of East Texas by 7 to 8 p.m. We are expecting storms to push into Houston late this afternoon and evening, probably by dinner time, honestly, with the potential of some of those storms producing hail, strong winds to damaging winds, maybe a spin-up tornado, and heavy rain that could cause flooding. Otherwise, storms will continue along the coast this evening into late tonight with new intense severe storms across South Texas, the Rio Grande Plains, moving in from northern Mexico after 10 p.m. to midnight into early tomorrow morning. Coastal Bend, lower and middle Texas Gulf Coast, even some in the upper Texas Gulf Coast. So we're going to have some severe weather issues tonight in South Texas. But the next few hours we're going to be watching for carefully will be southeast Texas, the Brazos Valley, and the Piney Woods of East Texas. So what we're going to do is we're going to take another break. We're going to keep a close eye on things here. Again, damaging winds moving across East Texas this afternoon, with the potential of wind gust over 70 miles an hour into Barry right now. Southeast of Marshall, you can see a little spin just near Scottsville. Nasty, nasty winds approaching the Louisiana border here east of DeBerry. Could have winds near 75 miles per hour. 50 to 60 to 70 mile an hour winds all the way up to Scottsville. Little kink, little area rotation near Scottsville. That's going to be moving towards Leah up here in eastern Harrison County before moving into the Caddo Parish side in Louisiana. So we'll continue watching all these storms. We'll be back here in about 10 minutes with your next Texas Severe Weather Update and Nowcast. Hope you'll stick around, enjoy the music, and again, if we have issues before then, we'll be back. right, we're back. It's 4:30, 3:30 here on the 6th of May 2025. That storm near DeBerry just put down a pretty big tornado, literally the mile it moved into Louisiana. That's the tornado warning you now see. That includes the city of Shreveport out here. I don't know what it is about these areas that just, start producing tornadoes the second they cross, but you'll see. This thing's got a well-defined hook, well-defined tornadic signature. It's even got a debris signature. So we're fortunate, we in Texas, that this didn't put a tornado down while it was still near DeBerry. But, of course, we don't wish any ill will on our friends in Bossier or Caddo parishes, as this dangerous storm with a confirmed tornado and a debris ball moves actually towards the Weather Service, towards our weather radar in Shreveport, and towards Shreveport, Louisiana proper. Let's go back southwest. We've got a line of storms. Well, let me give it some clears. Marshall, you're clear. Scottsville, you're clear. We've got a line of storms extending back west. Now, from Tenaha and Logansport back southwest to near center, Nacogdoches. Getting a lot of wind damage reports from these storms. A little earlier when they were back near Henderson and Mount Enterprise, got reports of trees down. Got reports of trees down on a house near Bullard. And then earlier we had some wind damage out here as well. So these storms have definitely packed a punch in the wind department for sure. This activity is generally moving off to the northeast or east at about 50 to 60 miles an hour. And I'll go ahead and switch back to this view. I'm just going to do that. I'll turn the satellite off, but this just gives you a glance of how they're moving, and I know that's good for interpretation. I'll turn this light back up a little. And I will turn off satellite, like I said I would 30 seconds ago before becoming a distracted ADHD guy. You can see back southwest, storms extend from near Crockett, Bryan, Madisonville. Storms now moving southeast of Bryan College Station. We have storms back near Somerville to Burton, Round Top, and then we're seeing some new development with that severe thunderstorm back near Gonzales. South of Interstate 10. San Antonio, you're done. Austin, Round Rock, Waco, DFW, you're done. All this activity is going to continue moving east. While individual storms are moving east-northeast, while activity itself will gradually start making southeastward progress over the next few hours. So those of you in southeast Texas, a tornado watch now continues through 6 p.m. for places like Sealy, LaGrange, Brenham, Shiner, Houston. Tornado watch technically and actually goes through 4 p.m. now. And then the tornado watch for the Piney Woods of East Texas, the Golden Triangle, that goes through 9 p.m. I suspect we're going to be done by 7, 8 for most of y'all, maybe except Beaumont. Y'all may have storms going a little later. So again, tornado watches remain in effect for these regions. Across East Texas, the Golden Triangle, and Southeast Texas. And then for what it's worth, a couple of these storms out in West Texas, they're actually in a pretty good environment for producing what are called landspout tornadoes and hail. Landspouts just I can't talk. A landspout is a type of weak tornado that is able to produce a tornado using non-supercellular processes. It's typically very weak. And they're typically fairly photogenic. They typically look like oversized dust devils that extend from the cloud base all the way down to the surface. We may see some of those storms out here in West Texas the Panhandle Day, so we'll keep an eye on that. All right, let's give you a timing element of all this. Do that, we're going to load up the high-resolution rapid refresh model. We'll load this from 5 p.m. through 5 a.m. I'm going to let this load real quick, and then we'll show you what we are expecting to have unfold. As you can see, storms will end in East Texas probably by 7 p.m. We're going to have storms continuing in the Golden Triangle, far southeast Texas, the Houston area, dinner time through maybe 10 p.m. And then overnight, we're going to see new thunderstorms. The Rio Grande Valley, South Texas, the Rio Grande Plains, storms firing up in Mexico. Moving into South Texas, the Rio Grande Plains, the Rio Grande Valley. This evening and overnight, you can see some of those look very intense. They could have extremely large hail, damaging winds, maybe a tornado or two, and flooding rainfall. But the main severe weather threat for Texas in terms of southeast Texas, the far east Texas will be about the next 3 to 4 hours, with the threat decreasing after that, and mostly confined to far southeast Texas and far southeast Texas, the Golden Triangle, and the upper Texas Gulf Coast. So, back to this. We'll load up the radar. And again, if you're west of this line of storms, and I'll turn satellite off, if you are west of this line, you are clear. Which means Longview, you're done. Marshall, you're done. Tyler, you're done. Palestine, you're done. Bryan, College Station, you'll be done here shortly. Austin, you're done. Waco, you're done. New Braunfels, you're done. San Antonio, you're done. Everyone northwest of this line, you are done. So, northwest of a line from Giddings to Bryan to Crockett to Carthage, done. It may still be raining some, but you're done with severe weather. Southeast of this line, places like Brenham, Huntsville, Lufkin, Jasper, Houston, Beaumont, you're still going to have to deal with storm chances, and some of those storms this evening may be severe, well, through the afternoon and evening. So, that being said, what we're going to do is we're going to keep things going here on YouTube. If you're watching us on Facebook, we're about to hit a time limit on Facebook streaming, so we're going to turn that off. But you're welcome to come over and watch us on YouTube. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers. You can also watch this live stream on our website, texasstormchasers.com, or in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. And we're going to be back at 4 p.m. with your next severe weather update for Texas, sooner if necessary. But if you're watching us on Facebook, come on over to the website or YouTube to join us, and we'll be providing these updates. And again, if we have any new tornado warnings in Texas, we'll be back on all the social media platforms with live coverage. So, we will keep an eye on the sky. All right, so we just turned off Facebook and playing here on YouTube. Again, we're just going to be back here. We'll do an update here at about 4 p.m. Sooner if necessary, and we'll continue to bring live Texas severe weather updates. There are no tornado warnings in effect for the state of Texas at this time. We just have a gnarly line of storms moving east, southeast. So we'll be back here in about 20 minutes with additional severe weather updates. Sooner if necessary. right, howdy y'all. It's 4 p.m. on the 6th of May, 2025. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We are monitoring a line of thunderstorms developing and moving across portions of the Brazos Valley, southeast Texas, East Texas, with a couple of isolated storms now developing in the Golden Triangle region of Beaumont up to Jasper. Those storms from Beaumont up to Jasper could prove to be quite a problem in Louisiana here in a bit if they continue to mature and become tornadic supercells. Depending on their timing, and so far it looks like they're moving pretty quickly. I don't think they're going to be able to mature and become tornadic before getting out of Texas, but well, we're going to keep a close eye on it, especially a cell south of Jasper. We're seeing some pretty good wind coming off of that right now. Otherwise, leading edge of this line over the last couple of hours has produced quite a bit of wind damage. You could see that line from Tyler accelerated, moved east into Louisiana, and started dropping tornadoes in Shreveport about as soon as it moved across to state line.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Fayette County in Texas.
So what we have is again, line of storms now extending from, well, center down to just northwest of Lufkin to pretty much almost to Highway 94 from Groveton down through Riverside, 19 to Huntsville, extending back southwest on 30 from Huntsville through Anderson, Navasota, Washington, down 105 to near Brenham, where we've got a bit of a break. And then we have a couple of semi-discrete storms that have developed. One near LaGrange that is looking particularly potent, over 60,000 feet tall. That storm moving east-northeast. And then we have a storm near Wilder down to Gonzales. Those storms could be our hailers of the afternoon. Those probably pose the highest threat of hail. We'll have to see how potent they become, damaging winds and maybe some hail threat. Storms now from near Navasota up to Singleton, no longer severe. And then that storm that is near Lufkin, Nacogdoches, that could have some pretty strong winds, over 60 miles per hour. So again, this activity will continue to build into southeast Texas. And eventually, well, the piney woods of East Texas continue, crossing over to Toledo Bend.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Angelina, Cherokee, Nacogdoches, Panola, Rusk, San Augustine, and Shelby County in Texas.
Now you can hear they just issued a pretty large severe thunderstorm warning for these storms up in East Texas. You could see Gary City, Tipson Center, Appleby, Garrison, almost to St. Augustine, all under a severe thunderstorm warning now. So we'll take a look from the Shreveport radar, bit of a higher resolution look. And again, threat of severe weather has ended. Tyler, Longview, Marshall, Athens, it's all over for y'all. You can see we have a new developing Boeing line segment here. From Cushing to Appleby, Nacogdoches to Lufkin. This segment here, the potential for winds up to 60 miles an hour, maybe some quarter-size hail. As this line moves northeast at 65 miles an hour, this thing is cooking and booking. So again, those of you in center,
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Brazos, Burleson, Madison, and Washington County.
St. Augustine, Tipson, Garrison, Appleby, Nacogdoches, Lufkin, you're going to be getting some strong winds over the next 30 minutes with maybe up to quarter-size hail, very heavy rain, and lightning. Otherwise, we're just watching some of these individual storms develop out here in the Golden Triangle. They're going to be moving into Louisiana soon, but we might have some strong winds developing with this storm coming north towards Jasper. In fact, you can see a little bit of a wind signature there. We'll keep an eye on that. Those are moving to the northeast. But again, all these storms down to the Golden Triangle, they could be an issue for Louisiana here soon in terms of going tornadic if they are able to take advantage of those ingredients they are in. Otherwise, back into southeast Texas, south central Texas, we'll just take a look at some of these storms again. Bryan, College Station, the rain has stopped, but you've still got flooding. That's what those blue boxes are. LaGrange, you've got a storm sitting west of town. That's going to be moving east-northeast at about 25 miles an hour. And then all the way from Interstate 10 near Wilder, west of Latonia, down to Gonzales, we have a storm A couple storms, quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. They're moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. Otherwise, we do have some scattered showers in the Houston metro right now. There is nothing severe with this activity. Let's take a look at the high-resolution rapid refresh model, and we'll let you see what the overall expectation is for storms going into this evening. We'll load it up from there. And I will zoom out here in just a second. So overall, we may see a few strong storms in West Texas this afternoon in the Panhandle. We can't rule out a brief tornado. They're going to be lance-bout tornadoes. They're like oversized dust devils, but, well, technically tornadic. And then for southeast Texas, the Rio Grande Valley, Coastal Bend, Coastal Plains tonight. Main threat tonight is going to be down in South Texas, the Rio Grande Valley, deep South Texas, the Rio Grande Plains. Storms developing northern Mexico, moving across the Rio Grande into Texas. Some of those storms could have very large hail, damaging winds, heavy rain. Can't rule out a tornado. You could see some of those very nasty-looking storms. Otherwise, Houston, your main storm round is going to be done probably by 9 to 10 p.m., as we see additional storms already developing northwest of the Houston metro. Those will be making their way towards the Houston metro. We'll keep an eye out. Main issue, localized damaging winds, maybe some heavy rain. Can't rule out hail. Maybe a tornado or two. We'll see. Otherwise, Golden Triangle, same story. You should be done by about 10 to 11 p.m. this evening. So we'll just keep on keeping on here. We'll keep an eye on things. We have no tornado warnings in the state of Texas. Here's back to the current radar we go, and you'll see we've got plenty of thunderstorms ongoing across portions of East Texas, extending back southwest along the boundary into the Brazos Valley, south central Texas. I'll turn the radar back on so you can actually see what's going on. And, well, Waco, you're done. DFW, you're done. Austin, San Antonio, you're done. Everyone, Arklatex, you're done. Tyler, Marshall, Longview, you're done. Everyone northwest or behind this line is done with severe weather potential for today and tonight. So we'll be back here at 4:30 p.m. with your next Texas severe weather update, sooner if necessary. And as always, you can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, and in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. So we'll be back here 4:30 with your next Texas severe weather update.
the counters and window panes. Sun is bright, it's a new day, and I feel brand new. All the winter is gone. Seems it's been here so long. I wanna feel like I belong, part of something good. Catching on like a wildfire, a
All right, good afternoon. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. Sorry, I was 3 minutes late. We are monitoring a line of thunderstorms moving across portions of East Texas, the southern Brazos Valley, into southeast Texas this afternoon. At this point, we have a cluster of storms from Center to Huntington that are capable of producing some strong gusty winds, heavy rain, cloud-to-ground lightning, and maybe a very small amount of hail. Big hail not on the itinerary with these storms up in East Texas this afternoon. Activity will continue to progress to the east-southeast. Those storms up there are moving pretty quickly. They're moving at about... Weather Service says they're moving at 65 miles an hour, so they're going to be out of here pretty quick. They'll be over Logansport to Huxley to St. Augustine the next probably 20 minutes. And then they will quickly continue their pilgrimage into Louisiana. Otherwise, we have thunderstorms from near Dibble to Onalaska, Huntsville to Navasota. Those storms are not severe at this point. They are capable of producing some damaging winds, heavy rain, or excuse me, not even damaging winds, cloud-to-ground lightning, heavy rain, gusty winds, and some small hail. And we do have a couple of storms that have developed from Round Top to LaGrange to Flatonic to Gonzales. Those storms are going to be moving off to the east-northeast at about 25 miles per hour. So the overall expectation going into the evening hours is we are expecting thunderstorm activity to generally continue to the east-southeast with the potential of the most intense storms to produce damaging winds over 60 miles an hour, maybe a bit of hail, especially with these storms near Interstate 10. A brief tornado or two can't be ruled out. We're going to keep a close eye on it, but I'm hoping the tornado risk with this line of storms coming in from the west will be on the very low to low side. And we'll continue to obviously watch for instances of flash flooding. So what we're going to do right now is, since we have no imminent issues with tornadoes, we're going to go ahead and kick y'all on YouTube over to our weather radar stream, which is what you've been watching for a while now. Awesome music, audible weather warnings, and storm reports. And if we have any new tornado warnings, we will be back with live severe weather coverage. But for now, we're just going to let y'all watch the radar and keep an eye on the sky. So, with that being said, thanks for joining us this afternoon. New tornado warnings will be back, but hey, hopefully not. We'll keep an eye on the sky. Hope you'll do the same. We'll continue posting frequent updates on our social media channels. So, with that being said, thanks for joining us. We'll be back if necessary. Y'all have a good one. God bless.